Thanks for waiting with us here. Really excited to announce today that New Age Products is joining our team as a jersey patch sponsor, but really a member of the family in a way that I think we're really excited about. Frank and Parag, their founders, are here with us today. Really honored to have them join us. Mrs. Benson, obviously, is from the time we got here, made it really clear that they're a type of partners we want to be involved in. And those partners are going to invest in the community of New Orleans at the same way that the Saints and Pelicans do under Mrs. Benson's leadership. And I'm really excited to say that New Age Products is going to be exactly in that mold. Their philosophy on growing the region and growing their business and using New Orleans as sort of the U.S. hub is something that really spoke to us when we went through the process of sort of analyzing the types of partners we would potentially want to be involved in. They literally checked every box, and we're really excited. Unfortunately, they got the memo that we wanted to keep it cold so there could be a demonstration of product, but that demonstration is apparently not going to happen. But they have put together an incredibly cool video for you, so I think we'd like to start with that if I've got my timing correct. Chris? So without further ado, Parag, Frank, you have the floor.
Thank you, David. We're really excited to be here today. First of all, I want to thank Ms. Benson, Dennis, David, and really the whole marketing team, partnerships team at the Pelicans. They have been fantastic, and we're really excited to be here today. For us, we started the business about 15, 20 years ago. And our goal was to take two really kind of unique categories of garage organization and outdoor kitchens and make it normal, make it something that every home in America should have. And today is probably one of the biggest moments in our company's history because we believe that now we're going to be able to send that message with the perfect partner in the Pelicans and the city of New Orleans. We really believe in the culture here. It matches who we are, as we showed in the video, and we're excited. Just also want to thank all of our partners, our customers, our suppliers, our vendors who've helped us get here over the years, our employees and staff. This is about you guys too. We talk about it a lot at work. We're one of the largest suppliers of cabinets, outdoor kitchens, grilling that nobody's ever heard of. And hopefully today some people have heard of us. So thank you guys for all of your hard work and dedication. And we're very, very excited to be here and excited about joining the community.
Yeah, absolutely. Just to echo Parag's comments, thank you, Ms. Benson. Thank you, Griff, for the opportunity, the entire marketing team, all the hard work that was put into this from the Pelicans team and the New Age teams as well. And like Prague said, finally we have a chance to have, a lot of people, understand the brand and get to know the brand. And once you see the products, I'm sure after seeing that video and you see this, great outdoor kitchen products here, you're like, I want to get my outdoor kitchen done, or I want to get my garage done. So we'll help you out with that. We know that there's only 30 patches given out across the NBA. It's a very coveted group. We're very honored to be a part of that. And we're more honored to be part of the Pelicans organization and team up with the organization. The commitment to community involvement that we've heard about and that we've seen and led by Miss Benson, we're all about that. So all the work that we've done before with organizations like Habitat for Humanity, that's an organization that we've donated about $1 million of product to over the past few years, and we just want to keep up that commitment as well. So being involved in the community, sharing those values, that's something that really resonated with us in creating this partnership. So thank you again. We're excited to showcase our awesome products to everybody, and we're looking forward to teaming up with the Pelicans and the fans this whole year. Thanks a lot.
Before we wrap, we have a quick photo op for some jerseys and basketball shows in.
Oh, yeah.
Right in here.
Okay, that works.
All right.
Thank you, guys.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh my God, that's so good.
Thank you for bearing with us as we make the transition there. Obviously, this is a day that's pretty momentous for all of us, New Age products included. But I think for us, this is something that we've really been looking forward to for quite a while. Media Day represents a beginning league-wide, and everybody in our positions is up here telling you how good they're going to be, and everybody loves their team, and it's all the same all the time. And what I think is really cool about our situation is we've continued to build year over year in a way that's been mindful and meaningful. I think Coach Green and his staff have done a great job of finding a way to navigate a roster that is deep and versatile and often too injured. But because of that versatility and depth, we've been able to find a way to sort of cobble together good year after year. And I think right now, everybody in that locker room knows we have a chance to do something pretty significant. We've got more talent than we've ever had. We've got talent that's by and large played together for quite a while and believes in each other at a really deep level. I think we have a versatile group, both offensively and defensively. We have multiple all defense performers that can start or not start. We've got players that can space the floor together. We've got more gravity creation than we've ever had. We have more playmaking capability than we've ever had. And at the same time, I think what often happens is you get fixated on what you don't have, because the people in our world, you want to check every single box. You want to leave absolutely nothing to chance. And I think there will be a great deal of fixation over what are we going to do at center, by way of example. And my answer to that would be we're going to figure it out, because we've got the kind of talent that can play a variety of different ways. We have bigs that can play in a traditional fashion. We have bigs that can space the court and be three-point shooters. We have rim finishing athletic bigs. We have bigs that can play in space defensively. We have bigs that can protect the rim. But none of that matters if you're not going to be on the floor, because the wing talent and depth on this team is so good, they may not be. And I think Coach Green and his staff have looked very, very closely at a lot of different lineup combinations. I think they're going to try a lot of different things. But at the same time, when you've got 6 players like we do that have all played about 30 minutes a game in their career and are at the talent level they are, we'll figure it out. And we feel really strongly that we're in a prime position to do that. This offseason obviously was incredibly busy and active in a whole bunch of different ways on and off the court. Obviously having Bryson assume the position of general manager was one that was really important to us and we're grateful for. And without further ado, we'll get some of his comments and I'll shut up.
No, thanks, Griff. And this is such an honor to be up here for this upcoming season. I mean, just piggyback on what Griff said, really, really excited for our coaching staff. The amount of talent that we have on this team, I think it is the most I've seen since we've been here. Very deep and versatile roster. And yeah, I don't want to take up too much time because I know you guys have questions, but really, really excited for this upcoming year and our journey to Nashville and get this thing going.
Who's on the training camp roster? Can they practice, tomorrow? Like, is everyone healthy right now?
Yeah, we have a group that's ready to go. The training camp roster is set and active. Unless something crazy happens today during physicals, we won't kick anybody or anything. So we feel good about going into the season healthy, which is also something that I don't think we've had in quite a while in terms of like an ability to really feel good about hitting the ground running.
And you talked about the center thing. I was just wondering if you could go a little deeper on, hey, look, this is a team with a lot of wing talent, not a ton of guys with experience at center, in a division with great bigs, in a conference with great bigs, and trying to navigate that challenge this season.
Yeah, I think it's a challenge, and at the same time, because we have guys that want to play with and for each other to such a huge degree, playing small requires that you overcome some deficiencies and you lean into strengths, right? That together, collectively, you can overcome our ability to rebound, by way of example. But each individual player's strengths gets to showcase itself when the fit of the pieces is as good as it can be. And so we really chose to lean more into fit. There were certainly opportunities we would have had to add a big in a traditional sense. And at the same time, when you watch Germany play in the Olympics, you have to feel pretty good about Daniel Theis's ability to play versus those bigs and also to be a conduit offensively. Somebody who can be somebody that can advance the ball side to side. You can run offense through him. He can dribble, pass, and shoot. And we have a lot of dribble, pass, and shoot on this team. Unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, we won 62 games in Phoenix with a roster that didn't have a, quote, big. And we went on the next year to go to the conference finals as well, and with a team that had a player named Boris Diaw playing center. And Boris was a guy who had played 3 and point guard his whole career. And Mike D'Antoni made him a center. And I think what happens is when you're a basketball player to the degree that our guys are, you figure it out. And we feel very comfortable that we've got a lot of really solid basketball players in that room that are about all the right things.
And Griff, at the end of last season, you talked about the need for change and the need to just have a different look with this roster going into this season. What was the approach this summer to kind of make those changes, and how do you feel about where the roster stands now?
Yeah, I think, and maybe Bryson can speak to this too, but I think one of the things we were really mindful of was we were not a particularly good closing team. We weren't a team that could come down the stretch and really make plays when we needed to. So adding an elite playmaker and a point guard in Dejounte was something that was really important to us because we've got incredible depth of playmaking. We didn't have incredible depth of people who had been proven game closers. And Dejounte is one of those. He's also, from a leadership perspective, much more of an alpha than we've had. And I think you can already see the impact he's had in galvanizing our group. We've had great veteran leadership in a more quiet way. I think Dejounte is somebody who's ringing bells a little bit more vocally for us, and that's exciting.
For sure. His ability to pressure the paint. I mean, we kind of talked about internally how important that is. Zion has been a catalyst for us in that regard. A lot of our paint touches are driven through him, but now you get somebody with Dejounte that can make plays with the ball and facilitate as well as pressure the paint and close games. And so that's something that, as long as, to Griff's point, along with his leadership, that's something that we have not been able to have on this roster. And so it's a great addition. And I think he's going to add a ton of value in those regards.
Yeah, for either one of you guys, Griff brought up those old Suns teams, and that was one of the first, really successful small ball groups. What's your feel just about, how good this team could be when you guys are playing small ball?
I think we can be extremely good. The thing is that when you say small, I don't necessarily see it that way with the amount of length that we have on our perimeter. Trey is 6'9". Trey will tell you he's 6'10". I'm gonna say he's 6'9". But Herb is 6'8". Bi is 6'9". I don't know if you've seen Dejounte's arms, but they go down to his ankles. Like there's a ton of length and athleticism. So I get it. You don't have a traditional big. Neither did Golden State, and Coach Green was there when they would go small with Draymond. He manned the position. He was physical, but he's also long and lengthy. And so you don't have that big out there, but you're not technically small. And so obviously, piggybacking on what Griff said, the deficiencies that we have, they can be done collectively if we're bought in. And so I think our small lineup if that's what you want to call it, I think can be very effective.
We actually hold a distinction in Cleveland for losing to the first iteration of the death lineup of Golden State. Timothy Mozgov had 28 and 13, I believe, in a finals game and put Golden State really in a bad position. And we were playing without Kevin Love and Kyrie Irving, and we still had them on the brink. And what they did at that time was they switched to the lineup you just referred to with Draymond as a 5, and they inserted Iguodala into the starting lineup. And that small lineup dominated a very, very good big lineup the rest of the way in that series. It can happen, but that small lineup had hallmarks of what small lineups need. And they all fit together in a way that they could overcome what was perceived as a size deficiency. And we feel like we've got a lineup that if we put the right pieces together, that can happen. And again, what those pieces are going to take time. I mean, this is going to be a work in progress. I think one of the things that excites me the most about this season is it could get hard for a while. And a team that learns to overcome adversity together in the beginning is usually better off for it. So figuring out what those rotations look like and how that's all going to fit together is going to be a lot of fun. If it doesn't work initially, it doesn't mean it won't.
You guys were able to get the Jose extension done. You have a couple other players, Trey and Bi, also up for extension. Just where do you guys stand on those discussions, and how do you anticipate that kind of playing out?
You want to talk about Jose first?
Oh, okay. No, we're excited about Jose and being able to keep him in the family. He's really, really important to this. Griff did a phenomenal job of, negotiating with his agent and his representation. And so we feel really, really good about it. I mean, Jose has been a big part of the culture of our organization, and having him on the books moving forward is really important for us. We're excited that we got it done.
So the thing that Jose has in common with Dejounte, with Javonte Green, we've got far more depth of tenacity and want to on this group. I think we've got a real grit to us as a group. And Jose really is the embodiment of that for us. It was important to us to keep him here because of that. The message he sends every day when he touches the court is, I'm here to go to work. And while he may lay in the weeds too often trying to get a steal in the corner, he also brings a level of energy and effort and passion for this that we want our players to model. And to the point you made about, or the question you asked about Trey and Brandon, those guys are just as committed to this organization as Jose is. Brandon was when he signed a 5-year deal with no option. And from the beginning, we said it marked a sort of paradigm shift in this organization, and at least a sea shift where this became a place people wanted to be. And Brandon's a huge part of the reason that that's true. Trey is no different. He's excited about being here. We've had very positive conversations with his representation. And at the same time, I would tell you, none of that matters if we don't have great years. And if those players don't buy into playing for one another. All of the contract stuff always takes care of itself, but it does because your results dictate outcome. And so I think what we're most excited about in all of that conversation is, yes, they're happy and they want to be here. They're the right human beings. They're about the right things. And so at the end of the day, that's really what matters to us, is the fit of that. And those guys all represent that.
Is there something that, excuse me, organizationally you have to balance your outlook when you've had 3 consecutive years of increasing wins, but you're still sitting 7th, 8th in the standings in the West? How do you balance, like, we're going in a positive direction, but we're kind of also running on a treadmill?
I think that's a great question. And one of the things you do is you don't sit on your hands. You make a profound move like we did with Dejounte Murray to actually fill the holes that you feel like you have and to address the needs you have. This is a historically good Western Conference. We said it last year. There were 10 teams that were 10 games over 500. This year is not going to be any different. Teams that were considered tanking lottery teams last year have a potential to be playoff teams this year. And that's the conference we live in. And so from our perspective, it makes it so you can't take any day for granted. And so from our seat in the process, we can't take a day for granted. We will always be looking to find advantage and opportunity in terms of roster building. But at the same time, you don't do that at the expense of fit. And you don't do that at the expense of the character of the guys that are in the locker room and have been fighting for each other all this time. So to the point you made about the constant growth, that's important for a team to know they can do that. And they learn to lean on each other that way. So as we come down the stretch of games this year, they're going to have the ability to trust in a way that they wouldn't had we just made more wholesale changes.
Yeah, for sure. Okay. No, you're right. I'm sorry.
A bit of a change of subject. Just on BI, where do you stand now on his off-season social media insinuations and decisions he made? How would you characterize those? And can you give him some context from where you stand?
Yeah, so we've spoken to Brandon. We had members of our staff with him the vast majority of the offseason. We had a strength and conditioning coach with him as he was rehabbing, coming back from his injury at the end of the year. We've had skill development coaches with him in the offseason. He's never removed himself from us in terms of his level of engagement with us. There was a lot made over the optional workouts that were held, the player-led workouts that were held, and he wasn't there. I think from his perspective and having talked to him, he wasn't ready for that physically, and he knew it. And he didn't want to make it about what he can't do. He just wanted the players to have the time they had. He engaged with them off of the court. He was still maintaining a relationship there, but it just wasn't the right time for him to join in at that level. And Bryson has spent time with him as well.
Yeah, no, he's Brandon is, I mean, he's in a really good place. I don't really, follow the social media stuff like that, but obviously I know that, some things were said, and obviously that's why the question is asked. But I think he's in a really, really good place, and we're excited about him and his fit with this, with this team moving forward.
Griff, is your anticipation with Brandon that he plays out the season on the expiring contract?
Yeah, I don't know, really. I mean, my anticipation is that he's going to do what he's always done, and that's deliver for us. And I think he's excited about doing that. And we're really blessed. We're in a situation where we get to see how it all comes together and then make a decision. Nothing has to happen quickly, and yet at the same time, we have the ability, because of the nature of his contract, to continue talks for quite a while. So I don't know what I quote expect, but I'm excited about doing it with somebody who's got this level of character.
Well, I guess let me just ask this. Like, is his perspective, from your understanding, as you guys have talked this summer, like, is his perspective it's 30% max or nothing?
No, not at all. And it was never that. There was never an approach taken of it's my way or the highway. At the same time, there's very real economic realities that a team's going to have to face. And so from the time we got up here for the very first time, we talked about sustainability. And it's because you hope you can be in a situation where you never have to make a choice. Unfortunately, Bryson's drafted so well. It's made it so you can't keep them all necessarily at the level they want. So you're going to have to find a way for give and take. And so we're in the process of that.
So if he'll take less than the max, then like, why haven't you guys gotten anything done?
Well, I think there's a difference between getting something done and having an opportunity to make it all work. And we haven't yet. And if we get to a point where it's the right time and the right fit, we can. And unfortunately, we just haven't been in a situation where the parties have met in the middle, but we're in a really good space with him just on a human level.
I guess, what we're getting to here is, a contract situation like this, things can get messy, right? And it's not too often teams are in this situation where a player of Brandon's caliber is coming into the season on an expiring contract. I guess, how are you guys approaching just dealing with the off-court stuff, just how he's dealing with it mentally, how he meshes with the team, all of those things, knowing that the contract stuff is kind of looming?
I think the reason people don't get into this situation historically, and this is a new CBA too, that has all sorts of different rules and issues attached to it. The reason people don't get in this situation is there's not a level of trust between the two parties that he could enter the year and perform at a high level and be about the right things, and that we would honor our commitment to him. Neither party has that fear here, so it's going to be a unique situation. I appreciate the questions. I know that what it's supposed to look like is one thing or another. In this case, we're not worried about that. He's a really unique guy with a really unique skill set, and we know he has a level of commitment to us, and I think he trusts that we do to him as well.
Yeah. What have the conversations been like with him as far as just what his role is going to look like? You guys have spoken highly about Dejounte and what he's going to bring. How does that look with BI and the rest of the guys?
Yeah, I think that's more a question for Coach Green. Brandon is such a polarizing player. He can score in a number of different ways. I think he fits, just fine amongst this group. There's a chemistry there that our guys have. They respect him, and they see him as one of the leaders on this team. I don't see it being an issue. I know Coach Green obviously will speak to that some as well. But Brandon is going to have, I believe, a really good year with us this year, and I think his fit is going to be tremendous with this group.
It's incredible. There were, more than 10 questions in. We haven't even talked about Zion yet. I'm going to bring Zion up.
Congratulations.
So you saw the way Zion finished last year. We saw, the change in it seems like his approach, his demeanor, his body throughout the course of last season, and it's carried in this summer. The whole world's been kind of watching. What have you guys seen from behind the scenes about his maturation process that maybe we don't know? And what are your expectations for him this upcoming year?
I mean, he's locked in. He is every bit locked in. I mean, he's done a great job this summer. Our training staff, our medical group have done a really, really good job of working with him. There has been a level of buy-in with Z that is very, very encouraging. As an organization and from a team standpoint as well. He is, I think he said, there was a comment that he said he's out for vengeance this year. And I mean, that excites me. I know excites a lot of people in this room, because I think there's a level of commitment that he has, and he hasn't tasted it yet. This is Zion's going into his 6th season. And although we've played as an organization in a couple of playoff series, he hasn't, and I know that's probably driving him. And I think he's going to be primed and ready this year to have a phenomenal year.
Can I ask about another veteran player, if that's okay? You talked about buy-in. I know Coach can probably talk more about what CJ's role will be this year. Has he been okay as far as whatever the role is? I know sometimes for a veteran player, if they're going to a team that's won a championship, it's more tangible if they're in a new role, but in one that he has helped get to where it is, his role is different this year. I assume he's okay with that.
His presence in our building this offseason has been incredible. He's there every day, putting in some time. I would say he, Herb, and Hawk probably, and JRE maybe, rang the bell in our building more than anybody else in terms of their commitment to us. I don't think any of us have any reason to doubt CJ's bought in on whatever the role is. He just wants to win. It's a 12-year veteran who's about all the right things. And I think it's pretty clear, and he'll answer this when he gets up here, but he just wants to be about the right things and winning games.
Yeah, and to also wanted to add this, CJ he changed his role last year, and I think his mind frame has always been team first. CJ has always been someone that probably handles the ball a little bit more than he did last year, but he changed his shot profile. I think Coach Green and the staff did a really, really good job of communicating what they needed from him, and he answered the bell, and he had one of his most efficient years. I don't see any reason why CJ would have any issues with his role on this team. He does a really good job of adapting.
To expand on Zion a little bit, with the current roster, how creative could you get with Zion?
Coach, pretty creative. Again, this is something that I think people have a really difficult time getting their mind around when they see him. Zion grew up a point guard, and he grew up with the ball in his hand.
Yeah.
He literally identifies the game by facing the basket and handling the ball. He's never been traditional as a big in any way, shape, or form, and yet because he's large, people want to make him a big.
Yeah.
He's really not that. So when people talk about, oh, who's going to play 5? I don't know, but you can call Zion a 6 if you want to. It doesn't matter. Zion has the ability to do whatever he needs to do as a basketball player. One of the challenges I think that has been thrown down to him by Corey Brewer and Aaron Miles and our staff is to shoot more of the shots that he's capable of shooting that he never seems to take. Zion can really shoot the ball. And I think we're looking at his offseason as an opportunity for him, and I know he approached it this way, to add some things to his game. But he has skill set and ability that people really don't get to see because he's so historically efficient in the paint. They don't get to see the rest of what he's capable of. So I don't know that you can really limit what he's capable of doing. And as long as everybody else, and Zion included, are about the things that they are right now, which is winning, I think we have a chance to unlock some really special things there.
Bryson, you talked about the offseason Zion had, and it was really positive. What's just your perspective on, I guess, why the light bulb kind of seems to have gone off for him, or he's getting it a little bit now?
Yeah, I mean, this is going into year 6. There's a maturity level for all players. There's a maturation in how they approach their summers and how they take coaching. And I think Zion is at that stage in his career where he understands just how important the summers are for him to work on his game. Not that he hasn't, but I think there's another level to the understanding. And also, we got really, really close. He played 70 games last year, and I know he could taste the playoffs. We're coming down to the end of the year, and he has an unfortunate injury. All of that just kind of, I think, bottled up, is just ready to explode, for him. And so how the season ended and then going into the summer, I think, is a big, big reason why he is locked in the way he is.
Just want to circle back on your comment on the financial reality of the league and just in general. This isn't the first time you guys have entered the season over the tax line. You guys have happened to spend some assets to get out of it. Just where are you guys at philosophically with that, like where you are over the tax, and just is it sustainable to kind of reach a point at the middle of the season, be all right, well, this isn't the direction we want to head in. Let's continue to spend draft capital to just get out of it.
So from the time I got here, Mrs. Benson and her executive team have been really clear with us that when we tell them it's time to start the clock, we can. I think the thing that's really challenging, and now in particular, even more so with the new CBA, when you start your clock as a team that's in the tax and then as an apron team, the impact is profound in terms of what it does to team building. So spending assets to avoid the tax is really more about spend small assets to protect larger assets and to start the clock later in the process. Your results will dictate a lot of that. If we get to the point where we're playing really well and we feel good about where we're at, we have the ability to go deeper. It's not a situation where we're landlocked where we are. It's what does the team warrant we do? And again, what we've been avoiding is not paying the luxury tax. It's starting the clock. and it's putting ourselves into a position where we lose flexibility. And until we feel like we're ready to take a quantum leap forward, it's hard to feel good about doing that.
And kind of on that note, how much do you think this was your first summer dealing with this new CBA? How much do you think it's kind of changed the landscape around the league, and how much did it change the way you guys had to approach building this roster?
Yeah, I think it's changed things immeasurably. I mean, it's kind of ironic that we're the ones answering this question right now. We made the Anthony Davis trade, and everybody called it the Anthony Davis deal when they would call you and ask for players. We want the Anthony Davis deal. And we made the Drew Holiday trade, and we want the Drew Holiday deal. We've made some really good deals in terms of our ability to maximize asset return, but that's because in those cases, the teams that benefited the most from the player were able to acquire them in a mechanical way. This year, that's not the case, and it was done deliberately to keep teams from overspending everybody else. So in a league where people were spending triple our number, including their tax number, and several teams' tax number is other teams' payroll number, they needed to make some pretty significant seismic shifts in the way they were doing business. But we're certainly a team that's going to face some challenges because of it that haven't been there before. It's just much more difficult to make a deal mechanically than it's ever been.
I want to talk about Missi from Baylor. As a bigs on the roster. Now that the summer is like the offseason is wrapping up and you have a full complete picture of the roster, how do you better see him fitting in as we enter training camp this week?
Yeah, he's coming along. I think the big thing for Yves at this point is going to be just getting, catching the speed of the game is also his strength. But he has some of the athletic tools that could help us this upcoming season with his ability to run, his ability to set screens and dive and be, a vertical threat at the rim. He's a rookie and he's relatively new to the game. And so his development curve is going to take some time, but we're going to be patient with him, and the expectations for him to come in and play, right away. We're not setting those expectations. If he comes out and he grabs it, he does. But, Coach Green and the staff have done a really good job of communicating the expectations that they want for him. And we're hoping that he just stays on that plan. And at some point, if he catches early, great. If not, we'll be fine.
Thanks, guys. We'll have Coach Green on that.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
How you guys doing?
Hey, Willie, how's it?
So going into year 4, once again, I'm, truly thankful. I want to thank God for this opportunity, but also Miss B, Dennis, Griff. It's always a blessing to get an opportunity to lead an organization and a group of young men and get to represent this city well. So looking forward to it.
Willie, what's it been like just getting to know Dejounte a little bit? How do you see him fitting in, impacting your team?
It's been great. He's a leader, and he's super excited to be here, to join this team. He adds, another threat offensively, defensively as well, a former all-defensive player. So he's excited to get to work. He's not going to do a ton of talking, but he definitely fits into what we're trying to build here.
I think Griff used the word like alpha. I mean, just from a personality standpoint, what have you noticed there? Is it like a different personality than you didn't have on the team before? Just what do you see there?
He adds to what we have. Griff mentioned it, but he has a dominant personality in the sense that he demands the room, and when he speaks, it's not something that he hasn't done. He's speaking from experience. He's speaking because he's a hard worker. He's invested into his teammates, and we're, like I said, we're extremely excited to get Dejounte here, and you know, you look over the course of his career, he's just steadily improved as a basketball player. And for me, getting an opportunity to know him even more as a person has been refreshing.
We talked a lot over the years about the relationship you've built with BI.
Yeah.
Just how much have you been able to communicate with him this summer, and what's your feel on just his approach going into the season with all the external stuff around him?
Yeah, BI is he's been fantastic to be around, to coach, starting with his character. He's since I've gotten here, he's done nothing but been a pro. Anything that we've asked him to do, he's done it. He's a heck of a basketball player. And he's a big reason that this organization and his culture is moving in the right direction. Our relationship continues to be strong. We talked throughout the course of the summer, text back and forth, and Griff and Bryson alluded to it, but he's committed to coming in this season and getting to work.
And from an on-court perspective, with Dejounte coming in, some of the other pieces coming in, what do you think about just maybe how his role is going to be different, some of the different things you're going to be asking him to do just to be effective with this particular group?
Yeah, I think, Dejounte is going to make these guys' jobs easier. They're going to get even more open looks. That's something that he's done before. It's something that he wants to do now. That's the leadership quality that he brings. And I think it's going to be difficult to stop this team when they're on the floor and they're committed and we're all bought in to playing the right way, which we have. I expect Brandon to do what he does and be elite when he's on the basketball court.
Hey, Willie, since they said ask you roster questions,
Absolutely.
Is Daniel Theis your starting center, or are you going to start small, and is CJ potentially going to move to a 6-man role?
We don't know yet. I don't know yet. Camp starts tomorrow, and so we'll find out more, once we get to camp. But for me, it's more importantly, it's about collectively getting with this group, getting on the floor, seeing what we have. It's going to be a unique season in that way. We would like to have a set starting lineup. I think it brings some consistency, but we'll see how it goes. We probably have 7 to maybe 9 guys that could all potentially be starters or what have you. But I haven't had any of those discussions with our team yet, and we'll start to dive in it a bit more once we get to camp.
Willie, do you feel like you have to start a traditional center, or are you going to be okay with some nights we're just going to throw a guard, 2 guards, and a couple wings out there? Are you just dead set on the idea of starting a true center?
I'm not dead set on it. I'm pretty undecided, but I have some thoughts on it that I'll keep to myself. And then when we get to camp, I just think that your team helps you make those decisions based on the continuity. And the fact of the matter is we're going to have a ton of games where we don't have a traditional center on the floor. Okay, so that's going to happen. Most teams, I don't even know most, but teams in the games, and a lot of times it's not a traditional center on the floor. We got to get accustomed to playing that way for a good bulk of the game, a good percentage of the game anyway. But we'll see how it goes.
Just because Griff referred to Golden State earlier,
yeah,
and their small lineup, is it instructive or helpful to you to reflect on your time as an assistant there, and is that transferable to what you could be dealing with this year? And also, do you feel like people get too hung up on the formalities of what a lineup is supposed to look like in terms of just saying, well, it's an evolving process and it depends on matchups and how games go?
So to answer the first part of your question, yes, you do. When you have the experience of being on teams that sort of played small ball. I know Bryson talked about it, and they're not really small, but a non-traditional center on the floor. You definitely lean on the experiences and the way in which you had to play to be at your best. And then too, yeah, for sure. I mean, it's people, they get caught up on who's the starting 5, but for us, it's yes, who's starting. We want to get off to a great start, but also finishing the game. And that's an area that me personally, I have to improve on in the clutch situations as a coach. Putting our team in a situation where we can be successful we can finish out games and we can have a better record in those moments.
Willie, the fact that he has not been the main talking point this offseason, even right now at Media Day, how much do you think that's made this offseason easier for Zion and even for you?
I don't know if it's been easier or not, but we're excited at where Zion is at this point in the year. He's putting in a ton of work. He's steadily improving, and he's already a great player. And just to see him continue to add to his focus, to his nutrition, and the steps that he's taken, we're all excited about. And it's going to be good to get all of our guys together tomorrow and get going.
And knowing that you have a stabilizing piece like Dejounte, only weeks away from getting to see him on the floor, how much does that help you sleep at night, knowing even if injuries occur, now you have somebody who's consistently there and has really stepped up in the offseason?
Look, we have a talented roster, and I don't know if I'm sleeping better at night because we have a talented roster, but I'm grateful for since I've gotten here, Griff, his staff, they've always done a great job of bringing in high character, high talent, and it allows us to continue to grow on the basketball floor and grow as an organization. Dejounte's a leader, and he made that pretty obvious his first day, his press conference, and having an opportunity to talk to him more. I'm even more impressed with him as a person, and that's what we're about here. We're about bringing in the right people and bringing in guys that are hungry, that want to get better, and all about doing it together.
Two things, Willie. Number one, for you as a head coach, going into your fourth year, how would you evaluate yourself compared to where you were your rookie season as a head coach and your evolution? And then the other part, when you're instilling something, when you do have a smaller lineup this year, what are the principles, whether it be having to replace the rebounding that you lose out of a Jonas, the offensive rebounding in particular, those types of things? How do you approach that from position groups or individuals and asking them to modify their roles during training camp?
Well, to evaluate myself, I'm definitely getting more comfortable being in the head coaching role, but a lot of improvement for myself. I'm steadily looking for ways to be better, to surround myself with great people, and we've added to our staff that's going to uplift us and to find areas that maybe I'm not as strong in, but these people add and they help bring something that maybe I was missing. So I'm extremely confident, but at the same time, when I evaluate myself, I know that there's room for improvement, and I want to steady climb and steady be a climber as a coach. And what was the second part of your question again?
From on the core perspective, when you're dealing with the guys in training camp, how much are you going to have to change as far as guys adapting to replacing some of the things you are missing with a smaller lineup, having to rebound more on the offensive glass, boxing out in general, guards, coming in more, those types of things?
Yeah, last season, I felt like we played more small ball, non-traditional center on the floor than we ever have. So we've kind of been preparing ourselves anyway. And I think we're going to have to double down on, not having JV, who, like, to your point, he cleaned up a lot for us on the rebounding side of things. So we're going to have to double down on being a tough-minded team that can finish possessions, because if we can get defensive stops, our defense has been elite, but the rebounding component is going to be key for us. So getting stops, everybody on the floor understanding how important it is to rebound the ball, and then offensively it allows to play to our strengths.
Griff spoke this summer about having excitement about playing a smaller, quicker brand of basketball. But this team traditionally has been toward the bottom of the league in three-point attempts. Would there be a more special emphasis on attempting more three-point shots because you don't have a traditional big and because you're playing more smaller lineups?
It will be. It's another area that I feel like we've grown in, but because we shoot a higher percentage from three, but we still need to take a few more attempts. And I think opening the floor up, being able to attack closeouts will allow us to get more kick-out threes. And so it's definitely, like you said, to your point, it's another area for us to continue to improve, especially because it's, I think we were top 10 in the NBA in 3-point percentage. So we want to double down and being able to, really get quality threes up.
Just to follow up on that, with Brandon specifically, we've talked about him needing to get his threes up a little bit. He's acknowledged it. So just, what's the dialogue with him on that? And I guess what needs to kind of happen to help him achieve those goals?
Get your threes up, BI. But he knows. He's aware of it. He'll communicate it to you himself. But it's trying to continue to, break some habits. His habit is to get to his sweet spot and jump up and shoot the ball, and he's the elite at doing it. It's an area of growth, something that he's working on, something that he worked on all summer. And he knows that that's a part of that unlocks other components to his game. So I'm excited to get on the floor with him, and we will continue to work.
Just changing directions a little bit. Well, you made a few additions to your coaching staff this summer. Just what can you share about the coach you've added?
Yeah, Dan Giroux coming over from Cleveland. We're extremely excited for him. He's an assistant coach. He'll be running our player development department. Jody Meeks, a former teammate of mine, he was with our G League team, so we elevated him from the G League. And both of those guys, they fit what we're trying to accomplish. I'm truly, like I said, I'm blessed that Griff is like, yep, whoever you need, go ahead and get them. And we're excited to add them to our group and continue to move forward.
Willie, Griff talked about Dejounte kind of adding a proven closer kind of element to his game. And is that something you felt like you all needed in your lineup?
We needed to add definitely, just clutch, being better in clutch. And we think he can add to that. And like I mentioned earlier, I hold myself more accountable than anything in those situations. Trying to put our team in a position that we know where we're running. We know who has the ball in their hands, and we're getting quality looks, not turning the ball over. But he definitely adds in that area. And you look over the span of his career, he's hit big shot after big shot, and he's accustomed to having the ball at the end of the games. So he's definitely going to help us, and it'll be something we continue to work throughout the course of the season.
And Griff also mentioned Zion working on his perimeter game a little bit. We're going to see threes out of Zion. Remember that his career debut? I think he made like about 4 in a row.
Look, if he's open, especially in the corners, he should definitely take a few. But I think you guys saw, maybe towards the end of the season, he started to take more of a mid-range jumper, something that he's capable of doing and something that he started to work on. Look, teams are, they're kind of waiting on him in the paint, waiting on him at the rim. And so that's another area that's going to free him up if he can knock down a few of those shots. And now bigs or whomever's on him, they have to come out and guard him a bit more.
Willie, circling back to your coaching staff, you were able to retain Coach Borrego. You know, he flirted with a couple head coaching jobs. How important was that from a continuity standpoint to keep him knowing there was a bunch of roster reconstruction and a different offensive philosophy this year?
Yeah, we're always excited when anybody on our staff gets an opportunity to have a lead position in other organizations. We're extremely, so it's bittersweet. Bitter in the sense that I know he wanted some of those jobs that he didn't get. But sweet for us that we have an opportunity to retain an extremely high character individual and talented coach. And he's been so helpful for me since day one, giving us clarity offensively. He's, structure. You guys have seen the improvements in our offense. And he's a heck of a person and a heck of a coach. And we're all, extremely glad to have him here.
And Griff talked about the amount of talent you guys have on this roster, and you've joked in the past, it's great to have that much talent, but it's also a challenge for a coach to make sure you're playing the right guys and, deciding that some guys just aren't going to play. I guess what's your approach with this team, making sure that everybody's going to continue to be bought in regardless of who's in the lineup, who's playing, who's on the bench and knowing what the ultimate goal is?
Yeah, it's much of the same. I'm blessed with a talented roster, and it'll be up to us to figure it out and to all be bought in and to try to maximize his opportunity. At the same time, you can't play 12 guys, and it's tough to play 12 guys in one game. So those will be communications that I have to have once we get out of camp, once we start to see more during the preseason. But like every season, there's 10, 15, 20, whatever so games that the guys that aren't playing as much, they get an opportunity to come in and impact winning. And that's going to be important, how they approach that, how they approach every day, how they approach practice, how they approach their film work. And it'll be next man up mentality. So everyone on this team is important. Everyone at some point gets an opportunity. It's about maximizing those opportunities.
When you look at Jordan Hawkins and the influx of perimeter talent that there is on this roster, how do you try to find ways to keep him engaged and seeing that there's an opportunity for him to contribute on a regular basis? And then also the impact that Dejounte has on Herb Jones. We've seen them obviously talking to each other and about each other, but for Herb not having to be necessarily the guy on certain matchups every night, how does that free him up to be even a better defender potentially?
Well, we're all on Hawk about the opportunity that's in front of him. This season, going into year 2, I want him to be as competitive as he's ever been, and try to carve out some minutes for himself. And these guys determine if they play. If he can come in and be consistent. He's been working his tail off with Coach Corey Brewer. So number one, starting on the defensive end, being able to hold his own defensively, knock down shots. So those things are going to be important for him, and we expect an extremely competitive camp out of Hawk. And then to your point, Dejounte and Herb, it allows Herb to be in different spots. It allows Dejounte to guard different guys. It was much like we had if you put Dyson and Herb on the court, or Najee and Herb on the court, those guys, they cause havoc. You can take sometimes Herb off of prime time wing defenders, put them on 5s. You can do a lot with those two guys defensively, and they cover a lot.
This is now your 4th year working with Herb and Trey. They've been here as long as you've had. Just what can you tell us about the approach that those two guys have had this summer in general? And I know you've asked a lot of questions about the starting lineup, but those two as a pair specifically, like the net ratings when they're on the court together, are perhaps the best out of any of the two-man pairs. Just how important is it for you to find as many minutes as possible with those two guys on the court together?
Yeah. Look, Griff has done a great job of creating continuity with this group, and starting with those two from the time that they've gotten here. They're winners, and they're extremely professional in their approach to the game. When they step on the floor, they're competitors. So, we'll find as many minutes as we need to give us opportunities to win the game. But it really is their approach. Those two guys, they go after it. They go after it in practice. They complement one another. Both of them, 6'7", 6'8", 6'9". Trey thinks he's 6'10", or what have you, but they're committed to defense. They're committed to, becoming better rebounders. It's something I'm pushing them to do. And it's been fun watching those two guys continue to grow as human beings, but also as basketball players.
And just, you have a unique situation where you have potentially 6 top 100 players on your team. You guys used to run a lot of those delay actions and 5-out offense, but now you have you throw out units with 5 guys that can all dribble, shoot, pass. Just what kind of possibilities does that open up?
It's unlimited possibilities with the amount of talent that these guys have. So it'll be something that we continue to work on coming up. We all have ideas, our coaching staff, myself, but it's really about what this group is comfortable doing. But the opportunities are endless. It excites me to get on the floor with this group. to open up the game, to play fast. An area that I know we want to continue to improve in is attacking closeouts, getting to the rim, finishing, or making really good decisions. And a lot of times that's kick out threes. But like I said, I'm tremendous blessed to have this group, and we're looking forward to starting tomorrow and going out and attacking the season.
I had one more, sorry, lineup question for
Yeah,
you.
sure.
I know Griff referenced Mike D'Antoni. I remember back to like the term micro ball center when PJ Tucker played like center. Is there like a real possibility or conversations about Herb being a micro ball center and playing that position and guarding bigs?
We haven't necessarily had those conversations yet, but it's all on the table. I think we're going to be in a unique situation where we have those groups on the floor where, Herb can definitely play 5 or whomever. And I think it gives us versatility defensively. It makes it extremely difficult to guard us offensively. So it's definitely on the table, and it'll be something we continue to work at.
And for most of the time you've been here, the majority of bigs have been veteran guys that have been around, know their roles. Now you got 2 rookies and Missi and Matkovic with this team. What's your feel on just where those guys are and how ready they'll be from day one to contribute, on the court?
Yeah, I think Bryson talked about it a bit, but, we have a plan for both of those guys. They're both young bigs coming in. And so for me as a coach, my communication to them is giving them an understanding of like what their role is going to be. You carve out minutes in camp and in practices. And so it's not a huge expectation that they're going to come in right away and, play 30 minutes. But if they can carve out minutes for themselves, great. If not, they still understand what they're working towards. And so it's more of a big picture, understanding going into the season. And hopefully we continue to see, not necessarily hopefully, we believe we're going to continue to see growth from both of our young bigs. Okay, thank you guys.
What's going on, y'all?
What's up, Z?
What's going on? What's going on? The whole summer. I got some work to do, man. Got some work to do.
You've, I mean, this is year 6 for you. Just, what's your perspective? Not really, I don't know, you're still young, but not being like a super young guy in the NBA anymore.
That's crazy. I was thinking about that on my way over to Smoothie King. I was like, I'm 24 and I'm in year 6. But thank God for that. Still excited to still be a Pelican. And I'm excited for another year.
What was your perspective on the Dejounte Murray trade? How well have you gotten to know him? How long have you known him, that kind of thing?
So I already had like a relationship with Dejounte before he got traded here. And since he's, been a part of the team on and off the court, he's shown why he's an important piece, like already. So I'm glad we got that piece and looking to build off that.
And beyond Dejounte, just overall, what's your feel about just where the roster is now, some of the changes y'all made over the summer, and just where the team is going into the season?
I'm excited where we're at. And, I think training camp will be kind of I'm not going to say a tell-all, but kind of let us know where we are as a team.
And you guys did it a lot towards the end of last season, but a lot of the talk has been small ball, just the amount of perimeter plays you guys have. Just what do you think about, what the team will look like when y'all have some of those small ball units on the floor?
I feel like in the past we've always excelled with some of our small ball units. So, like I said, I think training camp will kind of be a start to where we are as a team in terms of like the roster and stuff.
This was really like the first offseason maybe since when you went to Duke that you get to really just focus on basketball. There hasn't been any talk about Zion off the court. There hasn't been talk about contracts, any of those things. For you mentally, what has this offseason been for you and in your approach to the game again and just getting ready for this season?
It was a breath of fresh air to experience a summer like that. Like you said, be able to really lock in on basketball, really break down film, work on different things while in the gym. Working smarter was kind of the main goal for the season.
I guess if you could, obviously, we've talked about the history. You're still so young, but all the fanfare, everything coming in, just your determination to make some noise this year. I mean, it's crazy to think, I think sometimes for people like you've never actually played in a playoff game, just kind of goals for yourself and how important it is to finally do something in the postseason.
Goals for me would be, have a successful season as a team and, finally, participate in the playoffs. Those would be my kind of 2 goals for this year.
In your camp at Spartanburg this summer, first of all, how was that?
It was great. Thank you for asking.
Yeah. Secondly, there was a quote that came from the camp about just your fitness level, how you want to get down to around like 270 just heading into the season. Just where are you at physically overall in general? How do you feel about kind of the approaches you're taking this summer?
I feel like I'm in a great spot. Always room for improvement. And I feel like, honestly, once you kind of get into the stride of the NBA season, I feel like by game 20, I will be in like full season shape.
If you could, Griff, maybe expanding your game. Obviously, we all know what you do so well. I mean, like the game against the Lakers last year was kind of showing off, it almost seemed like. But what are you working on, or what areas can you continue to still, I guess, produce and show my game still has tremendous growth?
Kind of taking what the defense gives me, but not because they gave me the shot, but because, I saw the look they try to give and I found a spot and I got to it. That's why that kind of goes back to when I said just working smarter, not trying to force my way into something. Just, see what the defense, how they're guarding, and then work from there.
See, what do you feel like this elite level of conditioning that you've reached at, that you're striving for, is going to be able to do for your game?
I feel like whenever I'm in great condition, I feel like my play on both ends of the floor is a high level, not just on one.
Have you had conversations with coach about being like the sole big on the floor, and not like you haven't at all in the past, but kind of doing that more this year, and what that means for you?
Can you repeat that question?
Have you had conversations with coach about like kind of expanding your role as being the main big on the floor? As, like, obviously last year you were on the floor with Jonas and for Jerry. This year you might be the biggest dude on the floor. So what does that mean for you? And have you guys gotten into that?
Nah, we haven't really dove too much into that, and I'm a basketball player. You got to work with what you got. Like, if we don't have those bigs you're talking about, we just got to work with what we got. That's why I said training camp would be a, start to where we need to be.
But going off of that, one of the things they talked about was having kind of a depth lineup similar to what Golden State had with Iguodala and Draymond playing the 5, but you guys have a bit more length with it. How do you think y'all would stack up in comparison to that lineup with the length you have and being able to play your own style of small ball?
Talk the Warriors that won the championship. They won the championship. It worked for them. We got to find what worked for us. Yeah, I can't even make that comparison. They won the championship. We're aspiring to do that. So like I said, training camp will be a starting point for us to see where we need to be.
And you talk about aspiring. Obviously, you haven't been able to play in the playoff yet, but the way last year ended, how much has that been a driving force for your offseason work ethic?
It's been a big driving force because, even when it happened live time, my emotions, I was instantly frustrated. You just feel like you work so hard to get to a good point, and then something like that happened. And it's rough, but, you just got to find a way to get back up, and make something shake.
You mentioned Dejounte, that he's already shown why he's an important piece from what you've seen this offseason. Can you kind of expound upon that in terms of what you've seen from him leadership-wise, or even on the court?
He's a vocal guy. He's pretty straightforward, and he's a hard worker. So, when you have a guy like that, who has the abilities he has, and he's all of those things, you can't help but be an important piece to the team. So, in time, as time goes, the world will see why he's an important piece, because, he's just that kind of player.
Zion, you usually have an album or some music that you're listening to kind of be the soundtrack of your summer or for the season coming up. Anything to kind of give us a peek of kind of where your mentality is for the upcoming year?
That's a great question. I don't know. I feel like I've kind of been all over. But, Notorious B.I.G., Ready to Die. That's always in the mix. Nas, Illmatic. Got to throw Larry June up there. A lot of Currency. Let me say that. Let me start there. I feel like early, especially when I started training seriously, I feel like Currency was heavy in the mix.
Hey, Zion, Griff talked earlier and Bryson both about the talent that you all have on this team. It doesn't seem like that's going to be a problem this year. You got plenty of talent. How important then will just accepting roles, you all fitting together, kind of the intangibles with this team?
I think what you're kind of getting at is that's just the human factor in it. Like you said, accepting roles, finding out what works best for us. And, that could affect certain players, that could change the way it looks like, even for myself, could change how I'm looking at the game based off the lineups we choose to go or how we decide to play. So I think it's just a human factor that kind of goes back to what I've been saying. Just, training camp, I think would just be good for the whole team to get together and really see where we're at.
Offensively is where people are focused the most, but how does having guys like Dejounte and Herb defensively help you see what they see, because you're going to have to switch so much? And then the other part would be, with the Zion Williamson revenge tour about to hit the league, are there any particular stops along the tour that you were really looking forward to?
I guess we'll see as we go. It's about it. But defensively, when you got guys like Herb and Dejounte out there who not only are special on defense, but they have unique abilities that help make them even more special. I don't see how that wouldn't motivate you. I said it last year, when Najee was still here, with Jose, Najee, and, Herb. I'm watching these dudes pick up full court, and that can't do nothing but motivate you. Like, you know what, let me lock in on defense, because I can't watch my teammates work the way they're working and not, help them in any way.
You talked before about being judged by wins and losses, but purely based on what you're doing on the court, what do you think it's going to take for you to take your game to that next level?
Honestly, man, you kind of answered the question for me. I got to win. When you win, how you got there and what you did, they factor that in when you're talking about like individual like players and stuff. But I feel like when you win, it cures all, because, everybody aspires for the same thing. That, at the end of the season, you want your team to be crowned champions.
Zion, just two things. One, when you look around and you're driving, and you have people like Dejounte on the corner, or you have CJ, you have Trey, you have so many people you can kick and drive, you can kick and push out to. How much does that really, give you I guess, green light to just drive and see the offense really flow? And secondly, why wasn't Kendrick Lamar in your list for offseason workout playlist?
Jeez Christ. What makes you wait first? Before we go to the first part of the question, what made you ask that second question?
But I just feel like you had two good songs you could have been playing in the gym. That Euphoria, that not
And
like
what songs would those be?
Euphoria, Not Like Us. I'm trying to just understand where was the greatness of the summer in your track list? I'm confused.
Man, I hear you. But, you're entitled to your opinion. I'm entitled to mine. But saying that, come on, it's Kendrick Lamar. Like, I really got to sit up here and talk about how good of an artist he is.
You just need to hear it, man. Sometimes misunderstanding got to be explained, but you ain't
man.
explaining it. You know?
Hey, how are you doing?
Good.
And then just, since you got drafted in June, what have these last few months been like for you? How's it been just, getting acclimated in New Orleans?
It's been pretty cool. It's different from college for sure. Just need to find the place, find a car, a lot of other stuff to do, but it's cool.
Do you have like any support system here or anything that's going to be with you at least early on or anything like that? I mean, are you, kind of out here on your own? Just wondering if you could speak to that.
I mean, I always have the support of the team or anything I'm doing, but I mean, if you talk about family-wise, I'm just here by myself, yeah.
Just what's your feel just from the coaching staff, what they want to see from you early in the season, their approach to kind of developing you as you kind of get your feet wet in the NBA?
For now, I'll say like the I'm gonna contribute in a lot of different ways, like defense, especially blocking shot, getting rebounds. Obviously, being the anchor of the defense will be the main thing for me, and be able to communicate more is definitely one of the goals of the season.
And obviously, draft night was big, and there's a lot of emotion that comes with that. But do you feel like today's kind of the first day where it kind of feels real? Where it's like, okay, you're seeing all the guys around, everybody's got their jerseys on. It's like, okay, I'm officially a part of this team. Like the journey kind of starts today.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm super excited for training camp as well. I know whenever training camp is gonna start tomorrow, I'm gonna feel like, okay, now we're really starting for real. So it should be exciting.
What was your personal focus this summer in terms of developing your basketball game and just your body and physical aspect of football?
Obviously, getting used to the game and the physicality as well. Trying to get bigger, obviously, and always focus on the defensive part, being more vocal, and also finishing around the contact, and then doesn't maintain I'm working on for the last couple months, basically.
What are some of the expectations that you can share with us for yourself for this upcoming season? And is one of maybe the goals to be carving out a role for yourself in the lineup in the rotation at some point during the season?
I mean, my goal is just to help the team as much as I can, do whatever it takes. If they put me for 30 seconds, 1 minute, or whatever, I'm just going to try to go out there and then do my best.
You've had an opportunity to perhaps see some of these guys in workouts now. Maybe a couple of scrimmages here and there. Just what have been your first impressions of guys like Dejounte or Zion or some of the other vets on the team?
I mean, really good players, like you said. We have a lot of good players, and just being the youngest, you have to learn from a lot of these guys. You just ask questions, try to get around them to see how they treat themselves. I mean, these are pros; they've been around the league, so the only thing I can do is take advice from them.
You were asked about kind of your acclimation to the NBA. From your experience, maybe from summer league or from the voluntary workouts that you've done, you had mentioned, the NBA is a different game than college. For you, are there some specific things that you've noticed already that kind of change the game for you in either offensively or defensively from what you've seen so far, summer league and workouts?
I would say one of the biggest things, just like the size of the court, and obviously you can't stay 3 seconds in the paint as well. That's one of the main thing. And I mean, the pace of the game is also different from college level, and is a little more faster. And even the way we run the offense is different in Baylor, so just getting used to that as well.
Have you sensed already, again from summer league, defensively that you have to just cover more ground, that you have to be, just out on the floor more as a center?
I feel like you just have to be more aware. Like, you can't stay 3 seconds in the paint. You have to be able to see your guy at the same time, see other guys, because my goal is not only to guard my guy, but also help my teammates in defense in general, and then trying to communicate if something's going on the flare screen or black screen, whatever.
Offensively, I think we saw this a little bit already in summer league, but how much do you look forward to playing with the caliber of players like Dejounte, guards like that, in terms of your lob threat, your ability to get alley-oops and that kind of thing? It seems like that'll be to an even higher level in the NBA.
Yeah, I feel like it should be exciting. I mean, you have high-level IQ guy that can be able to throw that pass and just read the pick and roll in general. So I'm super excited for that.
Is there a player or two that you're particularly picking the mind of, talking to, looking for advice, somebody you're turning to more for how you're supposed to conduct yourself as a professional to playing, the game on the court?
I mean, I recently met Daniel, and I'm super excited to just be around him. I mean, he's been around the league as well, so getting advice from them, trying to see how he like treat himself on and off the court would definitely help me.
One more. I know you haven't been here long, but what's your impression of the city? Have you had a chance to get out, spend much time in New Orleans?
All I see is football is very big here. That's all I can say. It's very big here.
I mean, you spend much time away from the facility at all, or
I mean, I never watch the game, so I'll only watch it on TV. And I'm sure I'll watch at least one game this season just to see how it feels. Because I feel like the Saints are pretty good, so I'm sure to see it too.
How different is it from Lincoln?
It's two different vibes. It's like, I mean, college, you like with your teammates all the time because you're all around the same age. Here is like older group, younger group, so it's different.
thank you.
Sure.
What's up, brother? How you doing?
So, just what's your feel after the changes you guys made to the roster this summer? Just where you guys are in the field, hitting in the training camp.
No, I think our roster has continued to get better throughout my time here. I think we've added depth. Obviously, Dejounte is a really good player. He can put pressure on the rim. He can create others. He's a good defender. He can score. He's hit big shots down the stretch of games, so he has that ability to be able to take over when necessary, and he loves the game. We obviously share the same birthday, so Dejounte and I have known each other for years. And it's funny, we've been texting each other happy birthday for like 7 years, and now we're teammates. So it's cool to see how he's grown as a player and as a man. And then obviously we've added Theis, and we have continued to figure out ways to add just more depth to our roster each year. So I'm excited about the season. I think the West has continued to get better. And I think for us, it's about consistency. It's about health and playing our best basketball at the right time.
And with all the perimeter talent you guys have, there's a lot of talk about, what you guys could look like when you go small ball, when you get all of you guys out there. Just what do you think about just the potential this team has when you kind of play those units and get all of that talent on the floor?
Yeah, we got a lot of depth. Coach has a lot of different options, and he has the ability to utilize a lot of different lineups based on speed, athleticism, based on length, defense, whatever the case may be. I think he has a lot of options, and I think for us, it's about continuing to work, continuing to do your job, continuing to get better, and being able to put your best foot forward each day.
Just, with a lot of time to digest that playoff series against OKC, what made them so tough defensively? Where do you feel like, Dejounte's here now, but where do you feel like you guys can, be better offensively?
Yeah, I think this series was obviously difficult for us. They're a really good defensive team. They do a good job of showing bodies, creating walls and, forcing kick out threes. And we missed open threes, and myself included. We missed some good looks throughout the series, but they protect the basket. They force you to play in the mid range. And, it's a really well-designed defense. I think for us, we competed, but we were stagnant at times. We didn't execute at times, or we just missed shots. I think it was a combination. Hard to win games when you don't score over 95 points, right? So we had a couple of games where we obviously didn't score enough. We obviously didn't get over 100. We defended. And in the possession game, we got to, not give up second chance opportunities and things like that and get better at that. But I thought we gave ourselves a chance to win. We just fell short offensively. And, obviously Z didn't play. I was coming off an injury. So I needed to play really, really well for us to have a chance to be, the number one seed. And I didn't play really, really well. So I think it's about figuring out ways you can improve, figuring out ways you can get better. And obviously this season will be different. We got a long season to go before we get to the playoffs and have a chance to compete in the playoffs. But I think we can all learn from things that went well and things that didn't go so well.
And the last time the New Orleans franchise made the playoffs in back-to-back years, it was 07, 08, 08, 09. It's been a long time. You guys have got a chance to do that this year. I know you went to the playoffs, almost every year in Portland. Just would that be meaningful to just, that consistency of hey, we're a team that's going to win around 50 games every year, be in the playoffs every year? Would that be meaningful to establish that consistency?
Yeah. Whenever you have a chance to compete in the playoffs, it means you're doing things right. It means that you have a sense of consistency. It means that you're building, the right type of camaraderie, but it also gives your fans something to appreciate and something to root for. And I'm a fan of sports, and my Browns aren't doing so well right now, but I think when your team is doing well, you want to support them and you want to be able to see them put their best foot forward. And also is that you're able to gauge and see like how close are you to potentially winning a championship. And the only way to win a championship is to get to the playoffs and compete and to gain that experience. So that would be, a really cool accomplishment for us. Is that the end goal? No, we want to make the playoffs. We want to, win in the playoffs and give ourselves a chance to hang banners, but you got to be able to make the playoffs consistently before you can do things like that.
Last year, you got a lot of praise for adjusting your role, the team coming to you and saying, CJ, we need you to become more of a volume shooter. This year, with the amount of depth you have at your position in particular, have you already had talks about how you may have to modify both your mental and your approach to the game itself when you're on the court?
We haven't started training camp yet, but we have had just conversations about the season, what's to be expected. And I think for me, it's like I've been in the league a long time. I've played the game at a high level for a long time, so I know how to prepare. I know how to adapt accordingly, and I can play with anybody. So I'm not too worried about the season. I prepared the way that I know how. I did what I was supposed to do to be physically and mentally ready. And now it's just up to us to kind of put things together properly, to try to be healthy at the right time and to just compete at a high level and execute the coach's game plan. But I think for us, we got a really good roster. We got good players. We got good staff. We got great fan support. And now it's just about putting together a full season. I think we've been great in spurts. We've been not so great in spurts. And for us, it's body of work. You got 82 games to kind of get ready for what's hopefully a long playoff run. And that's time for the coaching staff to experiment, to kind of figure things out. And it allows players to kind of adapt and grow together. And then, hopefully everybody's playing their best basketball in April and May.
When you look at the depth of the Western Conference, 3 straight years you guys have gotten better record-wise, but you're still fighting for, playing position at the end of the season. How frustrating is that, seeing the progress record-wise, but seeing some kind of a plateauing of where you are at the end of the season?
Yeah, it's margins, man. We were close to obviously not being in the playing game. We had some games slip away throughout the season. We lost to Utah twice. We lost to Chicago twice. We lost to Memphis twice. So, you got to understand, and this is some of the stuff that I talk to the guys about, and they joke and call me Unc now because I'm oldest on the team, but I tell them, I'm like, we got a chance to be really good, but it's about taking advantage of everything each day. You got to take advantage of games that you're supposed to win and blow those teams out. The games that you're not supposed to win, you go steal a few. But I think bad losses early in the season, they hurt, and they hurt worse now because the West is so talented. Obviously, Z got hurt in that Laker game, but if we win one more game throughout the season, that game doesn't matter and it doesn't even happen. So it's like understanding that as you're playing your schedule, as you go through the season and you have games that you call schedule losses, you got games where you feel like this is a nice part of the schedule, nice part of the season. If you don't take advantage of those, you can't ever be in position to win a championship because you're not going to get there. And I think that's the understanding that we have to have as a team is if we want to be in the playoffs and not be in the playing game, man, you got to eat what's in front of you. And oftentimes we're going to have more talent than the other team. And sometimes we're not. But when you have more talent than the other team, you have to win those games.
From the time you first got here until now, just what can you share about the progress that you've seen Zion make just as a person and his approach overall?
Yeah, I think he's got a better understanding of what it takes to be successful. And I don't just mean the dunks and the finishes. I mean just successful overall as a man, as a person, in terms of the approach, the confidence, the consistency, how to communicate, how to work on the right things, how to be more vocal. I think all those things are important, and I think he's getting a better understanding of it. And I think some adversity helped build more character for him. He's gone through some things personally. He's gone through some things on the court, obviously. They talked about the playing game when we got beat by 50. And, maybe that was the turning point for him to kind of understand, like, this is what it takes. This is the type of level you have to be at mentally off the court. And I tell them all the time, just stack your days, really take advantage of each day. If you look at life, like that, it's easier to be successful long term if you have a plan in place. And I think he's got a better plan for how to be successful. And I think there's some grounding that comes with being a father. There's some grounding that comes with failure. He's been very successful throughout his life since high school. So sometimes when you struggle, it really shows you what you're made of.
I know this really is part of your job description as a player, but if you could put your, president of the union hat on for a second, and you survey the league in general, do you think it's an advantage or necessary for organizations to pay the luxury tax to be competitive at a high level?
Oh, wow. Hold on, let me figure out how I should answer this. I think this is what I really believe. In order to be successful, you have to be willing to spend resources, money. I run businesses. I think, it's well documented, well known. You spend in the areas that you need to spend in, and you understand your windows. And I think every team has a window at some point. Boston Celtics, their window is now. What do? They spent a lot of money, and then the owners are selling. But I think it's understanding where your window is of success and opportunity. Do I think it's advantageous to go into the tax every year? I think it just depends on where you're at financially, and every team, every situation is different. But you do get these opportunities to where you could really be successful. You could really build talent and, put your best foot forward. And that doesn't happen often. Each team has a window, call it over the course of a decade, you'll have a 2 to 3 year window where things kind of start to fall in place. You draft well, you're able to get some signings. Maybe you add a couple free agents, you do a couple trades, you hit on the second round pick, you hit on an undrafted guy, and things kind of change. I think those are the times where you capitalize on the moment and you weigh the pros and the cons financially of everything. But I think historically, the teams that have taken advantage of their windows, not just with spending, but with being aggressive, I think they have gotten the results that they've liked. And then, you see what Dunleavy said, he talked about it, you spend wisely, but you spend in the right times. And I think they chose to kind of, gauge as opposed to spending a lot of money right now, looking at the situation, looking at their roster, giving themselves the true gauge of, can we really win a championship? Can we really compete for a championship, even if we spend? So I think it's different. But with the new CBA, which all the owners agreed to, by the way, it wasn't like I just said, hey, this is a great idea for everybody. With the new CBA in place, it takes time for people to kind of adjust. It takes time for you to do projections, calculations on what's going to be the BRI, what's the rise each year? Is it going to be what they said it was going to be? What is the tax like? How bad does it hurt? What is it like to withdraw or have to give up picks? The dollar for dollar. There's areas that we can improve upon with the CBA for sure. There's areas that we got right, and there's areas that we need to tinker with. But I think it takes time to figure it out. You have to kind of go through the process, and we'll continue to have conversations, engage it. But to answer your question, I think it depends on the window. It depends on the talent and where you're at. But if you want to be successful, sometimes you got to do what it takes to be successful, and that's spend some cheese.
There's been a lot of discourse this summer about how this team could play without a traditional big, and kind of trying to compensate for the rebounding and defending of the paint.
Mm-hmm.
What does the buy-in need to be from players who may be asked to do things that they're not traditionally done in the past?
Yeah, I think you got to be selfless in order to win, and you got to be willing to sacrifice, and that's individually and that's collectively as a team. And I think the best teams do it when it's necessary. The Celtics, obviously, they just won a championship. They go small at times. Porzingis is 7'4", so I wouldn't say, they go small a lot. But Al Horford, Tatum will play some 4, some 5. Jaylen Brown will play some 4, some 5, depending on the lineups. And you got to be able to guard in the league. You got to be able to switch at times. I mean, you got to be able to play different lineups to be successful. Can you do it every night? I don't think that's realistic. You got the Joker. You got Embiid. You got some traditional bigs. You got lob threats in the West to where it's a little bit more difficult to do it consistently. But in order to win games down the stretch, you got to have your best players on the floor. And sometimes those are smaller players. Sometimes those are wings. But I think in order to be successful, teams just figure out how to get their best players on the floor and how to get them to play well together. Yeah, have a good one.
It's been a couple months since the trade. Just what's the acclimation process been like for you and your family, coming to New Orleans and all that?
I mean, it's been great. When you live your life thankful and grateful for, the blessings you have, everything, else is easy. So it's been smooth for me and my family.
And I think you put on social when the Josh Hart stuff happened, like, hey, I'm excited to be here. Just, I know it's really early, but why are you feeling like this is a place like, you think you can be comfortable and all that?
I mean, I get paid to play basketball, something I love doing. And, obviously it became a workplace for me. And then other than that, it's a beautiful city, great people, loving, caring people, a lot of great food around here. So, we're excited. We're excited just to be here and build.
And when you went from San Antonio to Atlanta, I'm sure there was an understanding that your role was going to look different. And I'm guessing that's the same mindset coming into this situation. I guess, where do you expect your game to change or look different now that you're adjusting to this new roster?
I mean, I fit in anywhere. I love the game. I study the game. Obviously, new situation, different opportunities. Excited just to come in and work every day, learn and win basketball games. I'm not the coach. So, that's Willie's job to figure out all that type of stuff. But, on the floor, I'm excited to defend at a high level. And then, my job as a point guard, it's a dream to have this talent around you. So I'm excited to make all these guys' life and jobs easier.
And getting to spend time in Cali with the guys that have most of the group together, I guess, what was your kind of takeaway, just getting to see everybody in the same room at the same time and kind of just envisioning what it could look like?
I mean, it was great. Obviously you don't take, big steps, it's a journey, a long journey. And, through the ups and downs, the good and bad, you just take your time with everything. So, really, it was just great to be around the guys. Obviously, I'm a new guy on the block. So, I was just excited to be around everybody, already been in communication with everybody. So, it was great just to be around, for a few days.
You mentioned how smooth your transition has been to the city. What's been maybe the most fun part of your adjustment so far, whether it's been reaction to people on social media or people that you've run into in person in New Orleans? I've heard players in the past have said that one of the funny things about New Orleans is that there's like thousands of coaches here. Like people that are going to give coaching advice and stuff like that, or advice to players. So what's been the most fun part about it so far?
I mean, the fun part, just, being here. Like I said, I'm thankful and grateful, for my blessings. Each and every day, I'm blessed to wake up. I give thanks to God. So, like I said, I'm thankful and grateful to be here. I'm still trying to figure out and learn everything, taking a day at a time. But me and my family's thankful and grateful. One thing I can say, though, is the potholes, man, everywhere. It reminds me of my neighborhood. I feel like I'm in the back streets of my neighborhood everywhere I go. So that's one thing I do not like.
When you look upon your career, you started off in San Antonio. Your first few playoff runs, your role was being more of a complementary player, and then now you've gone on and developed into like even being the guy in some of the playoff runs you've had in like the recent past. Just what can you tell us about your journey to like get to where you are now, and then now how can that translate? Just having experience to be one of the guys, but also now having experience to be the guy. How does that translate to this team and all the talent it has?
I mean, for me, my journey came off of just, belief, confidence, working hard, and like I said, being a sponge to learning. So, each and every year I keep that same approach, and I just try to keep a mentality when I'm working and studying and stuff that, I haven't done nothing, no matter what it is on and off the floor, I'm trying to make it. That's a mentality that sticks with me and allows me to stay level-headed and continue to work and be a sponge. So I'm gonna continue to work and learn, and the journey is far from over. This is just another chapter, and a chapter I'm excited to, see how it, comes out. So, that's really how much I could put it. I mean, that's my guy. A lot of people don't know this, but, when I got hurt back in 2017, 2018, CJ reached out. We didn't have conversation like that. It was just a respect from afar. And also, like a guy like me, I respect the guys that paid the way that's done this before me. So when I used to see him in Portland, it was always love and smiles. So, You know, when I got hurt, he sent me over 10 to 15 books to read. And it just spoke, you know, high volume of his character, who he is as a person. And you know, on the basketball side, he's a dude that could shoot the ball, he could score the ball, he got size, and you know, like I said, I'm here. I'm excited to just make his job easier. You know, a couple of days ago, he was asking me, he want to ask me where I like the ball and all these different things. And I'm like, bro, I'm the guy that's here to get you the ball. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I'm excited. It's a point guard's dream just to have this much talent around, and I'm just excited to, you know, help all them guys. Say it again. I mean, I didn't get to read all of them. It was a lot of them, you know. It was the thought, you know, the thought that meant everything. You know, a guy that never met me and just seeing me here and there and just send me books. So, you know, I was thankful for that.
When you look at your role as a point guard, you talk about making things easier. And Griff talked about you being an alpha type personality and the leadership that you bring to the locker room. Also, do you feel like it's your responsibility to push guys beyond their comfort zone, because there are going to be roles that maybe players have not had to embrace before? How important is it going to be that extension of Willie in holding people accountable on and off the court as the point guard?
I mean, for me, just a natural born leader, not talking basketball at life. You know, I have responsibilities at 11 years old, 12 years old. So that allowed me to, you know, be the leader I am today, you know, and it just translates over to basketball, which, you know, is my job and what I love to do. And, you know, so that's the easy part. That's just natural. When I wake up, I believe in who I am. I'm confident in who I am. And, you know, when it comes to the basketball side, I feel like if we play in the right way, you know, everybody should have some success. You know, it's that simple. You know, I know it's easier said than done, but if you play the right way, defend at a high level, you know, guys will be happy as long as we're winning.
How unafraid are you to be, for lack of a better word, the a-hole? You know, I mean, like when that becomes
Afraid ain't even in my vocabulary. You know, I walk out with my chest out, you know, my head high, you know, no matter what it is, good, bad days. You know, but at the end of the day, like I said, I'm here to help these guys, but also they're here to help me too. You know, it's a collective thing. I don't think it's just individual. And, you know, for myself, I think it's just going to stand out, you know, because I'm a natural born leader. I don't bite my tongue, and I'm not going to tell guys to do something that I'm not living or standing by. So, you know, like I said, I'm just excited.
Dejounte, there's been a lot of talk just this offseason about fit with you and Brandon Ingram, and I know that's going to take some time to kind of figure that out in preseason camp and in the preseason and the regular season. But for you, what makes you feel confident enough that marriage, I guess, can work with you and BI sharing the floor at the same time?
I mean, he's 6'10" and could do everything. So for me, just being a point guard, watching him, you know, we go way back. Me and him, the same high school class. We've been, you know, close since then, all the way to now. So, you know, with a guy like that, I feel like with his size, you just put him in spots and, you know, let him work. But also knowing, you know, putting him at the elbow, the top of the key, the blocks, his size, and, you know, just how well he shoots it in that area, and knowing he's a willing passer, you know, the guy at that size that could pass the ball. So just making his job easier makes our job easier. You know, he's going to force a lot of doubles, so allows us to get open shots or, you know, from good to great shots. And, you know, at the end of the day, you know, if you work hard, you study the game and you know, you just a sponge, like, and you love the game and you're willing to sacrifice to win, it's going to show, you know, the guys that's sacrificing to win, the guys that's not. It's just how the game goes, you know, not even just for us, for every team, you know, but specifically for the Pelicans, we just got to buy in and, you know, sacrifice and, you know, have the same goal, and that's the win.
Similar thought. You talked about your relationship with BI. You and CJ have the same birthday. You go back, and even Zion's building a relationship with you. Kind of how important to have chemistry with some of those guys, some of the main guys here off the court, before you kind of build that repertoire with them on the court?
I mean, it ain't even just about the main guys. It's everybody. You're going to need, you know, from the top to the bottom, you're going to need everybody each and every night, you know, starting the practices, the locker room, the buses, the plane, you know, just building that chemistry and that love for one another and getting the understanding of who we are and where we come from. And that translates to basketball. You know, when you find out a person and see who he is and what he stands on, the moral principles he value, I think it just makes it easier and wants you to play with him more and more on the floor. So, you know, it starts with off the floor, all the relationships. I ain't just singled out and try to build relationships with this guy or that guy. You know, I've been trying to, learn and build relationships with everybody, because we're going to need everybody to do what we want to do here.
You talked about your responsibilities as a 11, 12-year-old. Can you expand on that a little bit more, and also how that helped form you into the man you are today?
I'm real private about my story. When the time's right, it'll come out, whenever that time is, whenever that's right. But yeah, I have responsibilities. 11-year-old. I got a 7-year-old, and how I could put it is, my 11-year-old won't have the same responsibilities I had. That's how much I could sum that up. But I'm thankful and grateful. I don't regret nothing. I'm happy where I'm at. It molded me and made me to the man I am today. And that's pretty much what I could say on that.
And then one other thing you talked about, when we're playing right, you'll be good with that. What do you consider playing right?
I mean, playing right's one of the best for your teammate next to you. A lot of guys may complain, and I'm not saying just here, anywhere. In basketball, you hear a lot of guys complain about touches and needing the ball and all these different things. And I just feel like if we're playing the right way, and I want the best for this guy, and that guy want the best for that guy, nobody will complain. Because when you play right, that means the basketball is going to move. So it could be your night, his night, my night, and that's what the winning teams all have. Those are the traits they have. Playing together and defending at a high level and wanting success for their teammate. And if we had that mindset, which a lot of guys, everybody here works hard. I'm pretty sure dudes study the game, love the game. That's why they're here in the NBA. So, we do all those things and just stay together, because it's going to be highs, it's going to be lows. But I feel like you stay in between and never get too high, never get too low. We can have some success.
I know it's early. You're going to spend a whole lot of time with these guys, but have there been any standouts for you just working out with them, or in some of these scrimmages, some of these informal workouts, just getting to see some of these new teammates up close and personal? Has anyone stood out to you really early in their game?
I mean, everybody been here working, in the weight room, on the basketball court, handling their business. The guy I want to see, do more is Herb. I told Herb, I've been on Herb. I don't want to see him just defending. I want to see Herb like in transition. If he see just one guy, he's so athletic and he can go finish and he'll dunk on you. So, guys like that, just staying on him, telling him we need you to be, a complete two-way player.
And throughout your career, you've shown, you got a lot of versatility. You can do a lot of things on the floor. Do you think being on the team with, guys like B.I., Z, who can score consistently every night, that'll allow you to kind of show those other parts of your game? Do you think that can be you at your best when you don't walk in feeling like I got to score 22 tonight just to give our team a chance?
Man, that's what I'm most excited for. Like I said, as a point guard, I'm excited to make all these guys' jobs easier, but also, keeping that chip on my shoulder, knowing who I am. But at the end of the day, man, I'm just excited to get going with the guys.
Yo.
I think Dejounte said you guys were in the same high school class. How long have you known him? What was the relationship like before he became a Pelican?
Yeah, I've known him since high school. Might have went to a couple camps together, but the rookie program right before we got in the league, we made a good relationship that kind of carried us up to now. I always check up on him when he was with other teams, with the Spurs, with Atlanta, and he's done the same for me. So it's been a good relationship.
And I mean, look, you got 1 year left in the deal. What are your thoughts on, like, do you anticipate playing this year out on that contract? Do you expect to get something done before the start of campus? What are your thoughts there right now?
I don't expect anything. I'm just happy to play basketball right now. I don't know what's going to happen, but I just expect to play basketball, yeah.
And I think, the video you posted on Instagram said you can't stay in environments where people don't understand your value. Like, what can you say just about, like, I guess, what fair value is or anything like that?
What is your question?
What do you think, I guess, fair value is to you?
Fair value. Uh, I mean, I don't know. I guess you gotta do your homework. I guess you gotta analyze what people do well, what they don't do well, what are their habits, what is their character, and then you look at the work. You look at the work they put in and all they've done, how they treat people. But it's measured in a lot of different ways, of course. Everybody has different values, so that's how I value things. I just look at the person, I look at the work they do, and I make a judgment off that.
I know most summers you like to unplug and kind of get away from things, but for this summer, I guess was it difficult to kind of get away from the noise and kind of handle the amount of talk there was around you and the contract talks and all that kind of stuff?
Well, actually, it was the easiest summer. Got a chance to get away, and really kind of reflect on not only the season, but reflect on life a little bit. Who I wanted to be, who I wanted to be known as, and what values that I wanted to show every single day. So I had a chance to get away. I had a chance to get healthy and enjoy playing basketball.
And I guess what were some of the conclusions you came to after doing some of that self-evaluation?
That I think the biggest conclusion that I came to was, how long I've been playing the game of basketball, where I started, where I got the love for it from. And I had to kind of go back to that. Growing up in the gym with my dad, having childhood friends, playing basketball with my childhood friends, and not really kind of relying on anybody to give me the okay to be who I want to be. And that's just some of the things that I thought about.
When we spoke in April, you mentioned perhaps needing to add a point guard to the team and how that might help you get to some more of the catch and shoots and perhaps open up different spots on the floor for you. So the team went on and added Dejounte. Just how do you feel about that? A, that addition. B, just how your game's going to fit around with him around.
Yeah. Well, I think adding talent is always great. Having a player like him who's a really a bad single-handedly with Trey, with his team, running his team, and he's been a great player in the league. So it's gonna be fun to work with him. I think to play with him on the floor, but behind the scenes to kind of pick his brain a little bit and see what he sees on the floor and how we can make it easy for each other.
Willie talked a lot about, quite frankly, he said, B.I. get your threes up is something that he's going to say often.
Who gonna say that?
Willie said that. So, is that something that you've, wanted? Have you looked at older film where you did shoot more threes or things like that and thought about incorporating that, how you might incorporate that back in the game? And then the other part is without Jonas, there isn't really somebody this team can throw the ball into in the post. And you've shown at times the ability to post up in the mid-range, in the mid block and on the low block. Is that something that maybe that you also want to add to on a team that has so much perimeter value to maybe add something to the offense that way?
Yeah. I think I actually haven't watched any old film of myself because I didn't want to pick up any old habits. I wanted to kind of just visualize the game, go in and learn some new things, work on my handle a little bit, work on some different things. And so I haven't looked at that, but I have. I worked on shooting the basketball, yeah. So I'm pretty confident doing that. regarding not having a big man and posting up, you know, I always do what's needed for the game. I do have that in my bag to go post up a little bit, but not as a 5 man. I never done that like rim run or nothing like that. But we see how it work out. I know it's gonna be different. The floor is gonna be spread out a lot. I think the key part about that is rebounding the basketball. So that's something that I'm sure coach will harp on a lot.
It would be easy, going back to the value thing, it'd be easy, I think, for someone to infer from your statement over the summer that maybe you felt undervalued at that time, but would that inference be correct or incorrect? Or
I mean, maybe, but you know, that didn't. Well, that wasn't necessarily from a New Orleans Pelicans standpoint. You know, I don't want to. You know, anything that I feel I'm comfortable to share with everybody behind the scenes of the organization. You know, I'm not a person that wants to show up the organization or show up people around the organization. So, you know, that was personal.
Yeah, with how this summer transpired for you, for you and the contract negotiations, everything being kind of in the public talked about, do you feel like you're entering the season with a chip on your shoulder, with maybe something to prove?
I guess something to prove. But more just getting back to loving the game again, loving the process, and knowing what's important. And I think that's winning basketball games and making sure that I'm my best self every single day. And I think I have a good mindset to do those things.
Did you come to that realization after last year? I know if you remember, but you told us that it was the worst season you ever had here in New Orleans in the uniform. Did a lot of what happened last year made you think a lot about what you want to do this upcoming season?
Absolutely. I think when you go through things, you think about things and you definitely want to fix them up. Pain changes you a lot. And you know, going through hard things change you a lot. So, you know, that made me want to reflect and just think about, like I said, who I want to be, what I want to provide for my teammates, what I want to do on a nightly basis, what are the things I'm gonna sacrifice, just everything, you know. And it's I had a long enough summer to do it.
There were talks about you not attending the team's voluntary workout. And Griff kind of came here and said that physically it didn't make sense for you. Physically, how are you now? And then mentally, how are you preparing for the season, trying to block out some of the distractions?
Physically, I feel good. You know, I've gone through some progressions. I've gone through some ups and downs this summer. I'm trying to get this knee back healthy. And it's actually was a long summer trying to get the knee back healthy, but you know, I'm finally at the end of it. You know, I've been working out hard, working out at 100%, and you know, I'm ready to go.
Did it require surgery or anything?
No surgery, no.
And for a lot of guys in your situation where, you know, there's a failure to come to agreement on an extension and stuff like that, a lot of times that leads to, you know, friction or tension with the team. And Griff has been consistent in saying, you know, that doesn't exist between you guys. I guess, would you agree with that sentiment? And if so, what's allowed y'all to kind of stay on the same page regardless of what's going on with some of the off the court stuff?
You know, me and Griff had some conversations, a few conversations. But at the end of the day, it's a business, and it's basketball, and as long as I do the basketball part, the business is going to handle itself, whether it's here, whether it's somewhere else. But you know, I just got to continue to put the work in, and that's all I've been kind of thinking about to keep me going forward. Just, you know, I got to do my part. I got to play the game. I got to be consistent and be healthy and show who I am. And then on the other side, take care of yourself.
And the playoff series last year, obviously, it was tough for y'all as a team and for you individually. I guess having some time to kind of reflect on that and look back on what happened in that series. I guess what was your takeaways and how do you feel about just kind of bouncing back from that?
I think my takeaway was, the biggest takeaway for me was communication. Coming back from an injury that was, hard to come back from before playoffs. It's we all know that 5 is better than 1. Everybody being on the same page is a big thing. So, I just learned communication when I'm coming back from injury like that. How to communicate with my coach, how to communicate with the organization, how to communicate with you guys, what I'm really feeling. In times like that, you try to be a superhero and not having and putting everybody else over how you really feel. So that's what I kind of learned. Just ways that I could communicate with my coaches and my teammates to not only put me in the best position, but put us in the best position so we can succeed. Appreciate it. Oh.
Hey, man. Just what have these last few weeks, months been like for you, since you became a Pelican and all that and getting acclimated here?
I had a long summer with the national team, with the Olympics and everything, but as soon as I signed here, I was excited to be a part of it because I think we have a great team, we have great players, and acclimated. I got here a week ago, so still I'm unpacking boxes, and now obviously we're leaving for training camp already. So now I'm looking forward to get to know everybody on and off the court and putting the work in.
And how do you feel like you can just help this team win games this year?
Definitely be the defensive anchor, being back there as a center, be loud, communicate a lot, and obviously setting screens for those guys, get them open, get to their sweet spots, the shots they needed.
Yeah, you've been a starter in this league. You've come off the bench. Did you kind of look at this situation in free agency and say, there's a level of interest there because that's a situation where I can possibly play more, or they need a center? Was that kind of part of your motivation to come in?
Definitely. I want to be a part of a team where I get the opportunity to play and not just sit on the bench and say, yeah, I'm here. I want to be part of playing. I want to be out there, help the team win and help to get to the playoffs and as long as possible.
And Zion is such a unique player coming in as a big, playing next to him. What do you think is going to be key just to kind of complement him and make sure y'all can succeed together?
I would say my ability to space the floor, to shoot the three, giving him space. When obviously when he's attacking the basket, then people or centers or whoever's got me got to respect my shot, so they got to be not in the paint as much. So then, but that's part of training camp. We gotta figure out. We gotta get as a team. We gotta just get reps in, just play, compete, and I think then we gotta find out like whose sweet spots are where. Like obviously always with Dejounte coming in and myself. I think we're gonna have a great training camp in the sea.
Have you had any understanding of what your role was going to be as far as are you expected to default as the starter and see how things go from there? Or is there just, we're going to see how this thing goes in camp and build the lineup from that part?
There was no communication about this strictly yet. I think it's for us just go into training camp. Like I said, just go out there, go compete, and then obviously get to know each other on and off the court. That's the biggest part of it. And then we go from there, I think.
When you talked about your decision to sign here and the opportunity that you're going to have to play, also, what did you think about the talent here in terms of just how much young talent there is, whether it's Zion and all these other guys that have done a lot already early in their career?
That obviously plays a part of it. I want to be on a team where you can compete, go make the playoffs, and this team has a lot of talent. And like I said, now it's for us to figure out how to put everything together on the court. And obviously, the biggest part is for every team, just stay healthy throughout the season. And I think we can go far, win a lot of games, and then have hopefully a long playoff run as well.
Do you feel like what you've done in your NBA career, like what you've shown, I mean, even with Germany Olympics, that the talent that is on this team fits really well with what you do, that you can complement them really well?
I think so, because I don't need the basketball in my hands a lot. Like I set screens, run the court, space, and we have a lot of guys who are great in pick and rolls. And like I said, get them open, even if it's not ball screens, off ball screens, get open and do like the dirty work.
As an undersized team that doesn't have is relying on length rather than height to defend, what are the challenges that brings to you defensively in closing out possessions and not allowing those second chance opportunities? And you've been in the playoffs in a number of different circumstances. How do you intend to impact the locker room with your experience in that regard?
I think first of all, even if we smaller, first, like we're gonna play fast, and on the defensive end, we gotta hit first. Like you gotta be physical. Like you can't have teams when they have bigger players or whatever it is, have you walk down and just get to their spots. Like you gotta be physical, hit first mentality, and then, like I said, you gotta close up possessions. Like you gotta have everybody getting in there, get rebounds. It can't be just one or two guys. Like you gotta secure the rebounds, and then we can probably play fast. Like I think we are able to is pushing the ball, and then in the locker room, I think it's just one of the older guys now. CJ's still older than me, so just being playing the vet role a little bit as well. Like help younger players to, when they have questions, just being a positive voice in there as well. Like I've been in the playoffs a couple of years, been to the finals. Just helping them out, like especially we have with Yves and Karlo, two rookies and my position. So that's what, when I was in Boston, Al Horford, Aaron Baines showed me the way in the NBA. So hopefully I can give help those two as well, and like just having a long NBA career.
What are your impressions of Zion as a player when you played against him?
Obviously a unique player, extremely physical, and then obviously his vertical ability to finish above the rim is pretty impressive. So like I said, I think I can help him to get open, get teams matching up with him and bigger guys against him, put sometimes fives on him. So good screens, get those guys off him, and just, like I said, create space for him, like, because he's unique downhill. I think there are many guys who can stop him when he, especially in transition or when he got the ball, just go downhill, touch the paint, and then create from there.
The Clippers last year, when Zion had a good game against Kansas City, there was a lot of 4-5 pick and roll. Did you feel that off the court, of like the Pelicans were just hitting that pick and roll with shooting some Zion like every possession?
I think that's part of what I just said, because teams match up with fives against him to have taller guys, bigger guys guarding him, especially at the rim. But then, like, setting screens with guards and just give him a different matchup that he can attack downhill is going to be a big part of it.
How do you balance your own workload and working with this season with the playoffs and the way you get up and stuff?
It was easy because the Olympics ended August 10th, I think. So it's like I had a bunch of time to get away from basketball, take care of my body, and then start ramping up again. And just also for my mind, just being fresh and excited for the season.
What was the Olympics experience like for you? I mean, Paris, everything involved in that?
It was a great experience being part of it. It was my first Olympics, and obviously we didn't get the medal we wanted to. But just being part of it, being in the village, being around like 10,000 athletes from all type of sports, from like marathon running to weightlifting to whatever, just seeing in different cultures, different countries. It's like the whole vibe was just like was fun to be a part of. I saw him in Leh. We got to talk a little bit. Yeah. Perfect. Thank you.
Hey, how are you just feeling physically coming out of summer league and, in that time between summer league and now? What
Yeah.
are some of the things you kind of worked on?
I feel real good. Got a little bit of time to rest before I came back here, went back to work. So I feel good. Body feels good. Excited for the season.
And, what's just the message from Willie Green and some of the coaches you're hearing just about like, hey, here's what you could do to, be a consistent part of the rotation?
Yeah. I mean, obviously shoot the ball. That's what I'm going to do. Shoot the ball. Shoot it more efficiently than I did last year. Play both sides of the floor. I think the big thing is probably going to be underrated for me is rebounding. I think have a bigger role of rebounding. Rebound a lot more than I did last year. Try to hit the offensive boards a lot more. So.
I guess just how different is the feel for you year 2 versus year 1 when you're coming in as a rookie with so much uncertainty and now just having a different level of comfort in year 2?
I mean, it feels good. I mean, I was nervous about everything. Like even media day, I was nervous about all this stuff. Like now it's just like I know what to expect. In a way, I'm not a vet, but I played early. I got to play a lot of minutes early, so I think I know what to expect. I know what I'm out there to do. I know how the defense is going to play me. So it's just a lot more nerves, a lot more calm down. So yeah.
And just being around Dejounte, there's a lot of guys that talk about just him as a leader. Just what do you think? Just his presence is going to add to the team, and what's it been like just being around him?
Even when the first time I played Dejounte, when he was in Atlanta, he pulled me to the side. So he's an incredible leader, one of the best leaders I've been around in just this short time. So he does definitely take it personal to lead and get his teammates going, and it's incredible to see, honestly. So he's a really good guy.
Pelicans put the ball in your hands a lot during summer league and put you as an initiator on offense. How important is that to your growth and finding a regular spot in a rotation that, as you know, got harder at your position?
I mean, we got guys like Dejounte, CJ. Dejounte's a really good passer. I think I just got to go out there and worry about making shots right now. All that stuff will come later. But right now, my biggest focus is just trying to make shots, try to play both ends of the floor. And man, when I'm in those situations, definitely just trying to be comfortable enough to make the decision, get to the next level. Start looking for getting guys open, getting the guys a shots. So,
Coach talked about, guys like you will earn your minutes on the practice court.
Mhm.
So what did you look at in the offseason and say, here's an area where I think the team needs more of this? I mean, certainly shooting is the first thing and foremost that you bring to the table. But, to get your minutes, what did you work on defensively? What did you work on physically with your body and maturing that way?
Yeah.
What's the biggest thing that, you talked about the comfortability from year 1 to year 2.
Yeah.
Where do you see that on the court?
I just think, honestly, a lot of the defensive stuff. I mean, I do like physical strength and all that other stuff and whatever. But you just have to have heart. I mean, I have heart and the toughness for it. And last year, it's complicated. You come into the system. Coming to the system way different than college. You got guys that all can hoop. It's a different game plan, different schemes in the NBA. So I was learning all that. Just the physicality, I actually had to adapt to as well. On the defensive end, they let you play more, a little bit more physical than they do in college. So just looking at all that stuff, knowing I have to do all that stuff, knowing what I know now, and just coming to the last year, not really knowing as a young guy, as a rookie, just coming out the eye, win a championship. Just so I think there's a big difference between how I think this year and last year. So.
And Jordan, can you go in give us a little more insight into Dejounte, like your read of him?
Yeah.
Like when you say he looks like he's such a big help, are you talking about like pointers, advice, or just inspiration, or both?
He's just really good with advice. If you see something, he'll say it. Like it's even like little stuff like that. Just even when you see something, you say and having also like just having a guy that can be that that's going to hold you accountable as well on the court is also a great thing to have, and he will do that as well. So yeah.
Jordan, do you feel like what he possesses may help you guys in clutch time clutch time minutes?
Yeah, absolutely. Dejounte's a bucket for sure. He gets buckets, and he's a really good defender. And he's a great passer. I don't know if people talk about that game that much of him, but he is a really good passer, really good playmaker. So I think he's going to help us get easy shots, get Z easy shots, get myself easy shots. So yeah.
One of the first things you mentioned was one of your goals is to shoot more efficiently.
Yeah.
When you talk about that in specifics, are you talking about just getting to spots better? Is it shot selection? How do you do that?
Just putting the ball in the hoop more. That's all. Yeah, it's just doing that more. Yeah.
Griff highlighted you personally as somebody who's put in some of the most work this summer at the facility and whatnot. Is that something that was self-initiated by you for you to have that improvement from year one to year two?
I just think I think with me, it's just as a shooter, you just have to have confidence and being in the gym as much as you can, seeing the ball go through the hoop, just working as hard as you can, working on your game. I think that's where it starts, and that's where the confidence begins. And I just think I've learned that at a young age, and I just try to stay in the gym to keep my confidence up. Knowing I have the ability to knock down these shots because I just work on it so many times, I have like so many repetitions of the same shot. I think that's just in my head. I just think I have to do this. I have to do this for me to do this in the game. So appreciate y'all.
Good morning. Good morning.
Hey, Karlo, let's go.
How you doing?
Just hearing from Willie Green, the coaches, what's kind of the messaging from them on how you're a positive contributor this year?
Well, just being there, available every day, from day to day. Do the stuff I got to do as a big man. Rebound, block shots, defend for 1 to 5. Pretty much understand the game and understand the spacing. Depends on who I play with on the court. So that's some of the stuff I've been working on and be high efficient, pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, what have you just learned about, in practice or runs or whatever, like spacing specifically with
So
Zion?
specifically, Zion is going to be like a little bit different because he likes to go, down to the rim, and that's the place I'll be, right? So I will pretty much you got to space out, right? Get to that corner, shoot that corner 3, go up for the handoff, roll again, stuff like that is going to help out. But pretty much space out with Zion, with BI, got to be down in the dunker spot or CJ. Make him a good screen, have a, switch on them or whatever, so stuff like that.
You kind of had a unique path as a rookie, coming over from Europe late last year, spending some time with the team, spending some time in Birmingham. How much do you think that's helped prepare you going into this year?
Well, I think definitely that Birmingham few games helped out a little bit. You can see that in the summer league, I think, too, because last 2 summer leagues, it was kind of hard for me to find what's the meaning of this basketball kind of type of in the summer league. It's not the same on the when we look at the practices and stuff, you see it's not the same as summer league or stuff like that. It's not even close. It's different type of basketball, closer to European between if I'm going to look at European basketball, summer league, and NBA or G League, it's going to be like that. European G League closer to the NBA than the summer league. But just experience of that, fast game, what the game searches for, what people want, from you on the court. It's kind of different than Europe, but I think Birmingham helped out, and the summer league and the time I was able to be here and practice with the guys and be on the court with them, that helped out a lot. Translate my game from Europe to here in a way.
And having that experience, where do you feel like your game has improved the most?
Just reading the game differently, kind of, like reading the spacings, and I think body wise and shots, actually 3-point shot. I think throughout the year, I think I improved a lot. 3-point shot from like not shooting them to shooting 40% in Europe, 33 in G League. With not too many games and shots up, but still it was there. And then that corner three that I've been working out a lot. Pretty much that, and just reading the game, knowing the players, I think is gonna help a lot.
With you and Yves having really to kind of be, you look at the hierarchy of this team and being the newcomers and that, especially at the center position. When you look at that, how do you adapt when you had the minutes in summer league, you had the minutes with the G League team to get your shot and have those opportunities, to knowing that when you do get in, hey, I may get one shot, I may only have a couple of opportunities offensively. How do you focus on making a contribution to the team on a consistent basis when your minutes are likely to be inconsistent?
Well, that's a part of being professional. Be ready for every game. You never know when the chance is gonna come, right? You never know as a rookie. Like at my position, as I said, Missi's there. Theis. For me, it doesn't matter. For me, I'm just gonna be there to help the team win, whatever it means. Like on the practices, I'm gonna compete, trying to be the best as I can. Be better than I was yesterday, and be there. For the team, basically be available, right? And then on court, whatever happens, just be high percentage, like I said before. Like if you get that one shot, make sure you make it, right? Because you don't know where you'll get it again. But I think from that defensive standpoint, like the offense gonna grow, right? I think defense gonna get you on the court, and the offense gonna keep you on the court. So it's kind of just being there, being professional, be ready, and be high percentage finisher, right?
I got a minor detail question. On the list, I think you were number 32. Did you change your number to what it is now?
Yeah, I've been wearing 17 since I was like, I know myself pretty much basically. So, but got a bit of respect for a European guy that left, professional guy.
So you've worn the number before, and what is the meaning of is there any special meaning of 17?
Not actually any special meanings. I got when I was back home and I played when I started, I just got a random jersey. And it was 17, and I was like, "Oh, it had some other last name on it." And I was like, "What?" And they're like, "You're gonna cover it. Don't worry about it." And then I was like, "Who's that?" They said like it was a good player. I was like, "Oh yeah, damn, give me that," right? Like I was like, "Good player, right?" But and then I just stuck with it, and I just like it, like 17 is a nice number.
It sounded like Daniel Theis has only been in New Orleans for a little while, but have you had a chance to talk to him as far as a veteran big that has a lot of experience in the NBA already?
Yeah, he just came in like a few days ago, so it's kind of been hard to catch up a little bit. He has a lot of stuff to like go through and checkups, whatever. So didn't have time, to talk a lot. But as soon as I got an opportunity, definitely want to talk to him. But European, been through the league, play with some Croatian guys, so it's kind of he could understand me, I think, easy. So,
what's it been like for you in terms of being in New Orleans for the city for an extended period of time for the first time for you?
Well, I enjoy it. I'm hoping to see more of this weather that's coming up, like a little bit, smoother, less humidity. But I like it. People are really nice, like really like social, talkative, like positive, and it's not too big of a city. That's good, like not too many trouble, But I don't know. I just like it how it is. Enjoying some spots I found, just like, I like to go for a walk a little bit. City Park is real nice. Still have some place to check out, but pretty much I'm focused, being to the gym apartment,
And Karlo, you've mentioned that what you've worked on over the summer, and that Daniel Theis is here and stuff. But do you sense a real opportunity for perhaps jumping in the rotation? With Larry's gone, you just mentioned JV, right? He's moved on. Do you sense a real opportunity? Have you had a chance to have a conversation with Willie kind of about that?
Well, still, I think it's kind of early. We're gonna see more about after training camp, right? But like I said, being professional and being ready, the time has come. It can be like immediately, it can be after 20 games, it can be after 60 games. You never know, right? But I'm just trying to be professional, be ready, and be in court and be available. Like working out, like I did before. Every day throughout the day, and then pretty much, be there.
Is that something you did take away from Jonas? Because he was a guy that in his seasons here didn't miss a game. And,
Oh, Iron Man,
yeah,
right?
So, I mean, is that something that you take that approach of just being available is so important?
Well, I think definitely is as a rookie, especially like, being available. I think you're going to get that standard, like, okay, he's going to be healthy definitely no matter what, right? So, like, if there's no question about you being healthy or not and stuff like that, and like, there's always question like, can he be healthy throughout the season? Can he do this and that, right? But I think being healthy and available is going to help you, even like if you have some bad streak, but you're like, still healthy, being available, like working through it, right? I think that's going to help out a lot. No matter it's good or bad, I think you can just grow up from that, from that point on. So basically, be available, ready. That's the word I like to use. So.
And you talked about, this year's summer league being a much different experience for you. That one particular game where you had 25, that got a lot of Pelicans fans excited. Was that like an important game for you? Kind of a moment where you were like, okay, I do belong. I can succeed at a high level in this league.
Well, I don't look at the games like that before the game, right? But when it happened, I was kind of glad, like that it happened. Just I don't care what the people gonna say. I care what gonna coach and me gonna have talk about. That's what I'm caring about, like for the people, it's like, negative comments, whatever, positive, thank you, So it's kind of like I'm glad it happened. People just like, of course I see the media stuff. So it's like, people show love and like, support and like, they get it going. Karlo crazies and stuff like that. I saw that. That's some of the thing, but it's funny. But yeah, the game was good. Happened to be like I kind of showed a lot of stuff I can do in one game. So I think that mattered. That was good. So basically glad it happened, but I don't think one game determines a player. So it's kind of, just glad it happened in summer league, to show out that I can do all of these things I do, That's it. Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
How we doing?
What was just your focus this summer, going into this year and everything?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is how can I make myself the most prepared for any situation possible. And I know the aspects I needed to work on. I did that, and just being able to come in every single day and be the best version of myself.
There's already been a lot of talk just about like, this roster has a ton of like wing talent, not like the true centers, 7 foot, a lot of experience there. I mean, what do you just make of like the construction of this roster and what you guys have and how that can fit together?
Yeah, I think it allows us to be very versatile. It allows us to play really fast. So I think with the construction that we have, those two things, if we are able to take advantage of those, it'll lead to a lot of success this season.
And getting a year under your belt to kind of play with this team and feel, how you got to fit with these guys, how important was it this summer for you to kind of just work on that perimeter shot, understanding just spacing and being around Zion and all that stuff?
Yeah, no, I think it's super important. Definitely being able to knock down that corner ball or wherever it is at allows the open space up for everybody else on the court. So, I mean, I definitely took into account what I need to be doing to help this team out, and I think that's a super important aspect.
Yeah, and it felt like pretty much from day one when you got here, like you fit in with all the guys. You guys got really close really quick. What do you think allowed you to kind of just fit in with the locker room as well as you did earlier?
I felt, I mean, I already knew some of the guys before I got here, same draft class. Me and Jose have the same agent. So I think those little things like that, same draft class was really important. We're all kind of similar ages. So I think we can relate into it in a lot of different ways. So it just made it really easy being able to come here and fit in right away.
You mentioned how, you've worked on the three-point shot. One of the things that Griff mentioned earlier today was how we saw Zion shooting the mid-range shot in a couple games. Is that something he was saying, that might be something we see more of? Is that something that you guys have focused on telling him is like, make sure you just keep taking those shots and it'll open everything up for you?
Yeah, I mean, like you said, I think just being able to knock that shot down, just be able to open up the floor for him because, he can get to the rim whenever. So I think being able to have that aspect to his game just makes it even harder for everybody to guard him. Yeah, no, I think it's great. I think it's well-deserved. He's a great player, great guy. He brings a lot to the table, so it's awesome to see things like that for a guy like him.
And for you, going from a guy who was starting to having a sign a two-way and now you're on a standard deal, what was that process like, kind of having to work your way back, even though you had as much success as you did in the preseason?
Yeah, no, I think I appreciate every single moment I've been through because it's allowed me to become the person I am today. So I think without those experiences of playing a lot, starting a lot, to not playing, to regular contract, two-way, I think I'm just blessed to be in that position because it's allowed me to have the mind frame and just the mindset that I have today.
How hard is it, to be one of the guys in that front court rotation where a team can only play so many players?
Yeah.
And you look at the roster and you say, maybe our 7 or 8 best players are primarily on the perimeter. How do you and the rest of these guys in the front court distinguish yourselves and get enough of an opportunity that you'd like to make a difference for this team on the nights that you can?
Yeah, no, I think the versatility, being able to just be as versatile as possible, being able to guard the bigs, but be able to space the floor, but be able to just do all the little things for the team to be able to help them win games.
Can you talk about maybe now that Larry's not here, and what did you learn from him last season as far as this role goes and maybe taking over some of the responsibilities he had on court?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Jose, man. Nah, I think Larry definitely brought that the veteran leadership mindset to the team and being able to learn all the nuances of the game and just kind of the business side, the on-court side was really important just to help my career because, I mean, it's year 4, I'm still young, so there's a lot of basketball to still be played in a lot of years to come. So being able to pick up all the little things from guys like Larry is super important in my career. Perfect. Appreciate it.
All right. It's good to be back here. That's how true it is. Yeah. Not good. Not good. All right, here we go.
I mean, how good did it feel to get the extension done? Was that process like for you?
I mean, good. Obviously, everyone I think in here knows the story that I've been, trying to continue growing and just growing. It's a weight off my shoulder, and I'm just ready to go hoop now. I think it was more of a security thing, and man, I'm glad it's just here, and I'm glad I got the opportunity to do it for me, and just keep being Jose and keep on showing that I belong. That's never gonna leave my my vocab. Belong. Make sure you keep on showing that you belong.
The security thing, like, I just don't want to have to, think about it. I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it's more of a not think about it, but man, it's just a blessing to be in a situation to even have a conversation and get this done. So security, yes, is a big thing, but it's a great deal for me. Just overall for everything. I want to thank the organization. I want to thank the city, my family, God, and just the fact that I'm in this the fact that I'm here and today I signed it with my family gonna be beside me is I can't make that. You can't tell me nothing. You know, I'm a kid. I'm a kid at a candy store right now. I'm just excited, and I can't wait to just keep on hooping.
This team, has a ton of talent. Even before the Dejounte trade, now you guys had him. So, what are your thoughts on, that talent? I guess fitting together and all that this year.
I mean, that's an important thing right now. We got to fit, but right now we vibing, we good, and we chilling. We gonna go to mini camp, compete, get better, and bring it back home to New Orleans and start winning some games. That's what we on, and I think that's what we feel. And I'm happy with the group we got, man. We got some talent, right? It's gonna show, and we just got gel, and we gonna be all right.
And we all know the love you got for the city and the mutual love y'all show each other. How important was it to get the deal done here so you can, continue to play with the Pelicans?
It's important, it's just important just in general. The city, little do they know they brought me up with them. Every time they shout my name or every time they cheer for me, it was more of a motivation for me. And like I said, this city shows so much love, and I'm just glad to get it done. Obviously, for the city that I'm in, that created me to be a person I am today. So, New Orleans, that's home, and I'm glad to be part of it.
And just how big was the experience in Paris this summer, getting to play for Puerto Rico, and just have the success you did for that team?
Oh man, amazing! It was fun. Just the qualification game and going to the Olympics. It was amazing. It was definitely a different role for me. I haven't had that role probably since high school, so I had fun with it. I took advantage of it, and it was a great time. But that's the point of just playing for that. For your country and for the island that I love. That just go out there and be myself, and they embrace me as well too. So. Just competing at that level and being successful is amazing. Like I said, it's just it's a good feeling. The Olympics was a great experience.
When you look at you, Trey, Herb, y'all came in together, and now as you head into your fourth season together, you're not just, you're not rookies anymore. You're impact players who the organization expects a lot out of. Obviously, the organization showed its faith in giving you the contract. Trey is up for his. Herb has cemented his position as one of the best defenders in the league. Do y'all think about, do y'all talk about as a trio how far you've come, and then still what you have aspirationally to contribute on the court this season?
Yeah, we definitely talk about that. We big fans of each other. We say we the best draft class, that Pel's probably ever had. But it's hard to compete with that. But for real, that draft class that came in that year that we was rookies is. The best part of the story is just you never knew what we was going to bring in to be guys like this. Obviously, Trey Murphy was a big time pick, but then finding Herb in the second round, he just made first team all defense. Like that's hard to even put in your mind. Like they thought he was really good, but to come out to be like that good is amazing. And then to find a kid like me undrafted and to be in the position that I am and the impact that you said that we put in the game is amazing. So we talk about it a lot. Yeah, we say we're the best draft class for the Pels.
Jose, last year we saw your 3-point shot really become a lot more proficient. Entering year 4, what's your focus? What do you want to basically add and show us this season?
I mean, man, stay right there. Continue shooting the ball. That's the only way. I mean, you shoot the ball, you stay on the court and make shots. Because I'm going to play defense. I'm going to get steals. And, I got to be a threat offensively, at least when I'm wide open, and make shots. But me, just continue growing. I got to finish around the rim better. So that's something I'm focused on too. But that shot is important for me because, they can't guard Z, CJ, BI, Murray, or, you're going to have to double sometimes. And they're not going to leave them open. You know who they're going to leave open? The man that they think they can't make shots, but I'm going to make them pay for it. So stuff like that. It's just little things like that. I just got to continue being a solid Jose.
You and Brandon have been really close your entire tenure. I mean, his contract situation is probably not ideal. How do you just support him, as a friend and a teammate this season and all that?
I mean, he's gonna be BI. He's fine. Like you said, it's probably not what I don't know what he wants, but he's learning, he's improving, and he's happy to be here. He's excited for the season, and we all by his side. We talked today, so it's good to see his face smiling with the uniform on.
you talked last season about growing as an emotional and vocal leader on this team. And then you lose a guy like Najee this summer, who was another emotional leader on this team. Does that kind of make you, push up your vocal leadership a little bit more?
I mean, me, yeah, I think so. Obviously, shout out to my guy Najee. Congratulations to him. He's not gonna score on me this year, so just letting you know. Nah, it's just important. I just got to bring that leadership that we both brought. Obviously it was easier because you can have you're human. You have off days, and when I had an off day, he brought it. When he had an off day, I brought it. So, we got other guys to be part. I think Herb is doing a good job of that, but I gotta stay solid and continue just being Jose at all times in the locker room and playing basketball.
And I'm sure there's some level of familiarity between you and Dejounte just from Atlanta stuff. I mean, just what are your thoughts about him coming into this team and what he can bring?
Oh man, it's a great pickup for us, and that missing piece that everyone knows that we feel like we missing. I think he fills that in. He's a great leader, great dude, man, great human being, and that's actually a guy that we talk more than often than almost every other day. He's just ready to help people grow, and he's growing too. But he's ready to take. He's that leader. He's gonna motivate us when we feel like it's a bad day. He's gonna show us how that bad day could turn into a good day. It's like he's one of those guys, and I'm glad to be his teammate. I'm glad to be his friend now, and let's win some games together now. That's it. We good. Oh, well.
Kind of a random question for you. The station I cover in Mississippi, Southern Miss is the big school that we have. There's 2 Puerto Rican players on that team, Neftali Alvarez and Andre Curbelo. I'm curious if you've ever crossed paths with them. And second question, these guys really look up to you knowing that.
No, I know those guys. Yeah, they good.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't know they was that close.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, now that I know, I might go catch a game or two over there, But those guys, man, those are good guys. I know of them, not personally, like very well, but I know of them, and yeah, we had conversations here and there. So, yeah, man, I'm just happy to represent. They represent the island at a high level too, and to be part of that. And I didn't know they were so close, so I'll definitely be going showing love to some games.
You referenced it briefly, but I was just wondering, what was your reaction to when Najee signed the contract that he signed?
Amazing. We always talked about it like, man, we did something that we never thought we would do. He's a crazy man, just like me, and man, I'm just happy for him, man. I'm really, really am genuinely just happy for him, man. We talk almost every other day, like every day, actually. It's a friendship that we built here when we got here. Obviously, you wish you stayed here by your side, but this organization did good by him. He did good by the organization, and everybody's just so happy for him to where he's at right now. And it's unfortunate he's in the same conference with us. So, like I said, we see him. And I just can't wait to see him, though. I just can't wait to see him on the court. It's gonna be just like we in practice, though, going at each other. So it's nothing different. And he might have his day that he might not want to talk to nobody that day, or he's gonna have his day smiling. You never know with Najee, but man, I can't wait to play against him.
Just a quick follow-up. How have you seen the sport of basketball grow in Puerto Rico, especially to represent the Olympics?
Oh man, I mean, basketball been such a big sport over there. Actually, but it's growing. Obviously, it's been a long time they haven't seen the Olympics, so we broke that curse, and it's gonna keep on growing. They built in a whole different culture, but they've been since you could go way, way back. They got great players that came out of that island that played in the NBA, played overseas, broke a lot of records, and just to finally be part of that list, at least recommend, coming back. Jose came back, went to the island, and went to the Olympics. So it's just it's in the right direction. All right, yeah. Appreciate y'all.
What's up? You know what?
I'm good. I can go now. All right, cool.
The first team campaigning for her, finally paid off. Our defensive player of the year next. Is that what that shirt means?
Yeah, new goals, new tasks. I just feel like first team was a stepping stone. I feel like defensive player of the year is the next step for, my campaign for her. So pretty excited for that.
Yeah, man. I mean, just how good did it feel to see him get recognized for the stuff he's been doing on defense for a couple years now?
Man, it's a blessing. It's almost like I won first team all defense. I was so happy for him, just because of the guy that he is, and also just, he just deserves it. And he probably deserved it the year before that, but it is what it is. But we're just grateful that he was able to get first team all defense this past season.
And Jose just finished talking about just that draft class, all three of y'all coming together and the progress y'all have made.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna take this off.
No, you're good.
Love Herb. I'm gonna take this off.
Just what's it been like for y'all just growing together and seeing just where y'all are now going into year 4?
Say that one more time.
The draft class with you, Jose, and Herb, just seeing how far y'all have come and where y'all are now going into year 4.
No, it's crazy. I mean, the last Tuesday we played open gym, and it was me, Herb, and Jose on the same team, and we won, obviously. And I was looking around, I was like, bro, me, Herb, and Jose are the highest tenured Pelicans in the entire gym right now. Like, it's crazy how time flies. Like, literally, it just feels like yesterday I was walking into media day and getting prepared, wide-eyed, just not knowing what's going to happen. And right now I just feel like I know a good amount. I'm not saying I know everything, but almost everything.
Just what's been the focus for you going into year 4? Where are you trying to improve the most?
I think really just overall aggression. That's been a big thing with, just mentality going into scoring the ball defensively, all that stuff. I've, worked on my game, on ball creation, all that stuff in order to, help, get my own shot. And, whenever we need to get a bucket, I'll be somebody that's, capable as well.
I hate to do it to you, but you're in contract discussions and you're up for an extension. Just how those went, how do you feel like the dialogue has been thus far? And do you have any sort of expectation that things might reach a resolution in the next few weeks or so?
No, I mean, things been fun. Things been good talks. And, I want to make sure I reiterate, like, I love it here, and I love the city, love the people that are around here, love my teammates. And, I would definitely love to still stay here. I'm prepared for either situation, if I do sign or don't sign. But overall, like, I want to, stay here. And so just hope we're able to get things done. And also, this is just not uncommon for a guy in my position to still not be signed. I mean, Denver Vassell last year was very early, and that was like October 2nd. So, guys in that range of, not necessarily a max, but, close there, it takes them a little while. So, I mean, it's not uncommon, and I'm not stressing about it, and just prepared to, figure out what we got to do.
There's been a lot of advocacy for you to be a starter for this team. The numbers show that when you get minutes, the team does well. When you get shots, I think last year when you got 11 or more shots, the team was 22-8. When you got less than 11 shots, you were 13-14. Do you view yourself as a starter for this team? Do you feel that you're competing for a starting spot with this team? And if you aren't chosen as a starter based on however the groupings go, how do you play as if you are?
I mean, I absolutely think I'm a starter on Lily in the NBA, just in general. I'm a starter, and it's not up to me, but whatever is
whatever happens, like I'm gonna be okay. Like it's happened in the past where I feel like I could or should start, and I've come off the bench and I still figure out ways to contribute and help win. That's the biggest thing for me is helping my team win, and would love for that to be as starting the games, but that's not up to me.
Right. Sorry. One of the other ways that you were very effective as a player last year was your rebounding. This team has talked about the small ball and not having a lot of guys taller than 6'9". You, depending on reports, 6'9" or 6'10".
Yep.
How much did you develop your skill of rebounding and working on that as a focus and making that as something you could contribute to for this team?
It's just get the ball. That's it. There's no real thought process other than just go get the ball. That my dad challenged me and was like, "You're not rebounding. You're playing like you're 6'4". I said, "Well, I'll start playing like I'm 6'9" and just get rebounds." So that's all really what it boiled down to.
Trey, what are your thoughts on Dejounte getting added to the team? How much do you think he's going to give you guys a hand, help you out this season?
Yeah, I definitely think he's going to help out a lot. He's a vocal leader too, which is something that every team needs, and I feel like he'll definitely help out a lot on this team with that. And so he's going to be a big piece to the locker room, and then on the court, obviously he's a great player. And whenever you add talent like that to a team, it's only going to make the team better.
When you look under the hood at the numbers where you're handling the ball in scenarios like in pick and rolls or attacking closeouts off drives, they're all very good. They're all very, very efficient. The volume isn't necessarily there, but the efficiency is. Just, do you envision that being a greater part of your role this year? Is that something you spent time on this summer focusing on? And just, how do you go from being an efficient, maybe low volume player there to someone that can get a steady diet of those kinds of possessions?
Yeah, I mean, it was a lot of what I worked on this summer. Just having the ball in my hand, more being prepared for those opportunities whenever they present themselves. And just I'm not saying I'm going to go out there and just have like a bunch of ISOs. That's not going to happen. But, just picking my spots. And obviously, for me, I want to grow as a player. And that's the biggest thing. I never want to come into a season and I'm the same player I was the year before. So, I've, just worked on, more aspects of my game, and hopefully I'm able to showcase that as well. If y'all want to do that, that's cool with me. I'm not going to say no. I'll tell you that right now. But 3-point contest, though, I am open to doing that. Do not campaign me for the dunk contest. I'm not doing that. But 3-point contest, for sure. Appreciate it. I'm done. Oh, how much y'all think? That's a crazy picture choice.
It's all first. I know you missed this.
Come on now. Did we think the result, anything different?
Herb, number 2, what can you just share about the process of changing and all that, and how that went with Dejounte?
Well, once I saw the trade happen, I knew, we'd have to talk about it at some point. And so I think I had to have just gotten back from a workout. But when I got back, I had looked at, what jersey number he wore in college. And I saw he wore number 5. As long as I could remember or seeing on the internet. And so, when he reached out about it, it was kind of, a no-brainer. Like, I figured he had a deeper meaning behind why he wore number 5. And I didn't ask about it or anything. I just assumed it. And I wore number 2 in high school. So when I found out number 2 was available, you know, I was like, you can pretty much, I mean, you got it. Like, I'm not really tripping about a jersey number.
And, you know, just getting to know him in general and, you know, seeing his game a little bit, you know, what are your thoughts on getting to play together?
It's going to be fun. You know, I know he loves to compete. And that's pretty much, that checks, you know, all the boxes for me. As long as you love to compete, you love to win, I think, you know, we'll be good.
I know you've always told us, you know, you're not big on the individual accolades, and it's kind of weird seeing everybody campaign for you as much as they have. But once the news finally came out that you did get first team all defense, what was that day kind of like for you?
Well, I was here in New Orleans. I mean, once I was playing a video game, and my cousin came into the room and told me, you know, the news. I started getting a lot of calls. I mean, after I stopped, you know, answering the calls and responded to everybody, I got right back to the video game. It was, it wasn't really it wasn't. I didn't go. Because I can't remember what day it was, but I didn't go do a huge celebration. You know, like I felt like just getting that award, you know, was enough for me. You know, and I mean, I kind of just stayed at the crib and kept doing what I was doing.
And that was before NCAA came out, right? So what was you playing, Madden? Or?
Oh yeah, I was on Madden.
And just for you, what's the progression you want to take going in the year for? What do you see your game improving going into this year?
I'm just trying to, you know, become a more consistent and efficient player, all across the board, and also improving, being a leader, especially on the defensive side of the ball. I'm just trying to help guys, you know, whatever ways that they need help. You know, I want to be able to help whoever that needs help, you know, get better. And I think a lot of it, I think, will start with, you know, showing up every day and my teammates knowing that, you know, they're going to get the same guy every day, no matter what part of the season we're in, you know, from day 1 game 1 until, you know, game 82. I want to be the same consistent dude every day.
Just a few moments ago, Dejounte was talking about how he wants to challenge you to really grow your game, just, you know, more than just transition, more than just, you know, going out there and defending, but like he says, you can do anything on the court. Just what do you make of him having that level of belief?
I mean, I appreciate it. You know, man, I kind of try to take what the game gives me. I try to be simple, but just having that confidence poured into you from your teammates, I think goes a long way as well. So to hear him say, you know, he wants me to go out and, you know, be more aggressive, and expand my game means a lot. And I'm gonna continue to work on my game to be able to go out and do those things confidently.
You were just a couple of shots, really, you know, over the course of the season from being a 50, 40, 90 guy last season. Certainly everybody points their attention to your defense. But where do you think you are heading into year 4 with your offensive game, and how important has that become to your development in the offseason?
I mean, it's always been important. I wasn't a great shooter, and I knew it'd take time to be able to go out and knock down shots. I didn't set the bar to being a 40% three-point shooter, but, you know, with the work, I don't think anything is impossible. And that's just, you know, how I approach it. And this year, I'm not setting a bar, you know, to shoot 40% again. I'm gonna just continue to work hard every day and take the open shots, take the good ones confidently.
There's going to be a lot of small ball this year. Just have you had conversations around what your role might be in that, and defensively, whether they might, you know, ask you to guard some bigger players, some fives, and that stuff?
We haven't talked about it much at all, but I mean, wherever they need me to, whatever they need me to do, whoever they need me to guard, I have no problem with it. I'll go out and do my best, regardless of who the task is to guard. It really doesn't matter. As long as the group that's out there understands the assignment, I think we'll be okay.
Herb, as a follow-up to that, as someone who thinks the game really well, that sees it out there when you're out there on the court, what do you think of the potential of this team to be able to carry out small ball and be successful? A lot of people point to the way Oklahoma City played last year. You guys think, like, even though you don't have a traditional center that's been a starter because JV's walked out the door, that you guys will be fine, that you can play small and still be racking up the wins?
Yeah, I think so. And as long as the entire group believes it, and we go out and compete every night, I think we'll have a chance at being really, really good.
What boxes do you think you have to check? A lot of people point to rebounding. What do you see?
I mean, rebounding is a huge piece, when you're playing small. But at the same time, if you're playing small, I think, you got to shoot a lot more threes just because you don't have that, I wouldn't say paint presence, but it was small, it's not JV, so we'll have to probably shoot more threes and just compete on the defensive end.
When you look at you and Dejounte on the perimeter, there's maybe some, like, I know it's lofty, but you think about the great duos on the perimeter that we've seen, Kawhi and PG, Jordan and Pippen, those types of things, being able to really shut people down. How much of a luxury is that to have you guys when you don't necessarily have the shot blocking presence defensively to be able to shut down people on the perimeter and stop them from getting into the paint initially?
Yeah, I mean, if you keep guys out of the paint, it really doesn't matter about a shot blocker, if you can keep them out of the paint. And that's really hard to do in the league. But I do think, having a guy like Dejounte is going to help, tremendously, just because, he could be guarding the best player. I could be on a guy that's not super involved offensively and kind of roam around. Or, we can switch those roles and he could do the exact same thing. So I do think, it's a huge plus for our team. And I'm super excited to, see what it looks like.
I do want to ask you this too. Like, you came in as a rookie in your role to fit in, and you fit in on, especially defensively. Going into year 4, what kind of role have you assumed off the court for this team in the practice court? Has that changed as you've matured as a player?
Somewhat, but I mean, I think my role is just bringing the energy every day, trying to keep everything positive, regardless of how bad things may seem to, people on the outside looking in, but just keeping the group, tight-knit and close. I appreciate it.